Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, the 8th of March 2023, and therefore the start of a new week of streaming for us, starting with Factorio again, continuing our modded run with Krastorio 2 and Space Exploration, which past few sessions trying to take a bit of a different attitude towards it, I guess, different approach. Chunk it down into more bite-sized pieces that help us focus on what we are completing rather than how far away we are from finishing, because it's a long way to go. So our current, major objective is to get production science packs up and running. In the last session, we did what I guess would be like the first step on that, which is getting vulcanite ore delivered to our starting planet, consistently, regularly automated. We did that using delivery cannons, which my conclusion from that is they look really cool, but are far too expensive to be viable. Rockets will be a better option going forward, and the one that we'll play more with. Today's little bit that we're going to work on is turning that vulcanite into vulcanite blocks, which involves a process of enrichment, and then, if we have time, using those vulcanite blocks to make pyroflux, which will make molten iron, which will make iron ingots. Both vulcanite blocks and iron ingots are needed for the science packs we're working towards, so that's the general short-term bit. Hopefully we'll have time to get both of those going, but as part of this we're going to need to work on some few distractions, making the buildings like centrifuges, which we're not currently making. They're definitely going to be needed for the enrichment, so who knows how much we can get done in one session, but that's the focus. Vulcanite stuff again. Let's hop back into the factory and get started on it. Hello Mondo, nice to see you, hope you're good. Okay, so our vulcanite ore is arriving here and is available on the train network. That's good. I was thinking, I remember, of doing the whole thing here, but I think that might be a mistake. This is where we're mining up the iron, certainly where we're going to make the iron ingots, but I think the vulcanite blocks we should do elsewhere and bring here to separate the two kind of processes. The vulcanite blocks are needed for multiple things, so we could do with another square where we do vulcanite blocks, and then they'll be delivered here to be turned into the iron ingots ultimately. Put those available on the network. Everything we need to make the vulcanite blocks we can have delivered, I think. I mean, let's just double check that. Vulcanite block. We're going to crush the vulcanite, that gets us the crushed and the enriched. We'll run the enrichment process to get more. The petroleum gas we set up into barrels at the end of the last session, so that's available. And water we can pump in, so near to water wouldn't hurt. This square is available if we do a bunch of land filling, which I'm not against, or I'm quite in favour of. Or continue south. The square below there is available. That's a pretty good bet, actually. I like that. What's that going to be? L48. Or, I mean, these are like an unnecessary journey over there and back again. So down here is what we'll go with to make vulcanite blocks, and then we'll bring them up here after they're done. So we're going to need rail items in order to get that done down there. Fill those in the inventory. Pick up any old rail we've left sitting around. It's a lot. And we'll come up to our mall and pick up the stations, signals, that kind of thing. We'll need radar, station, combinator, signal, Probably got enough warehouses on hand. Don't need any of that. Yeah, Tesla coils. That is all. None of these things immediately, though. Yeah, we'll come back and get what we need later. Should be enough to build out down there. Just going to want clear out some of the steel that we don't really need to make room for more landfill. So there's still quite a bit of water down there that needed filling. Oh, you will notice as I fly over that uranium, I found a console command that lets you disable the radiation damage from uranium. Pretty soon we're going to start working on uranium mining and processing, potentially for nuclear power, but also as it's part of the science pack. And I'm just not at all interested in constantly having to worry about the damage that accidentally picking up some uranium ore is going to do to us, so I've disabled it. Okay, so this is going to come down around here, so fill in down, and then everything east of this line needs filling. There's another pool just down here. We've probably got enough landfill to just fill all this in. We do generally want to leave little pools here and there that we can get water from. But nice little neat ones, perhaps, where we're sure they don't overlap with where the rail's going to go and stuff like that. So I'll fill all this, but this stuff on the west side we might just tidy up and then draw water from. Keep my eyes open for any tiny little holes. Go get more landfill. Sure. Can do that. Do use it pretty quick. I think there's some pools on the eastern edge of this square as well that I need to fill. This is kind of it for this edge, which is nice. No little blue dots anywhere. No, looks good. And then yeah, this edge of this big lake needs filling in. Samantha Keller Art. Hello, welcome in. Need even more landfill. We'll go fly over and get that. Could make some room, but I think we're kind of almost done. Another 3,000 should do the job. Probably. Fine for now. Might just, there's a little kink there which straighten that edge up, just, you know, because it will bother me. How am I doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Okay, any little blue dots still? No, looks good, so we should be able to... where's our book? Change it back to the rail square. Get this connected here. Looks fine, just rocks and trees in the way. Get that built in. Start up the top corner here and work our way around. Ooh, didn't pick up extra power poles. I'm pretty sure we're going to run out. See how far we get, then we can go get more. So, I've forgotten already. What did I say this was? This was L48 East. Bit of a few odd trees. I might clear all these rocks out, actually. Just a bit ugly there in the middle. Corner built in. Something's missing there. Radar didn't get built. Why not? Am I crazy? Radar belongs, yeah, on that pole. Something went wrong there. There we go. A radar. It's all good. Keep it in westbound. Running short on anything other than power poles. Seems fine. Yeah, we're out on the poles now, so I'm just going to sort out this station and then I'll go get some more. So this is L48 South. Let's go let the robots come home. Then we'll go get some extra power poles so we can build everything. Should be good on everything else. Dump off the stone and coal that's not wanted on our way past those trash boxes. And the power pole should be just up here a little bit. Should be way more than enough. Also enough to like build into the square to the machines and stuff. Getting more and more movements of trains, but it's still not really blocking the pathways or anything like that. I'm vaguely tempted in the back of my mind to get more things on the rail. If the throughput can handle it, we could do like a centralized production of iron gear wheels or whatever. Which I wasn't planning on doing, but you know, like I say, we could. It's perhaps something not to add to a plate that's already pretty full. Robots need to catch up. There they go. We also talked about a few sessions ago now, changing from mixed rockets, so a rocket that has everything needed, to individual rockets delivering one specific good to multiple planets, which gradually over time we'll work towards that. At the moment the mixed rocket makes sense because we're only sending things to one place up into orbit and back again. But I kind of like the idea of having one square on our grid that just makes rocket sections, and then we can send them by rocket around the universe to make all of the logistics we need. I think it will be quite viable. Then every square where we're connecting something to the rail grid to become available here, we can also put, potentially also put a rocket silo to send them around the universe as well. Not sure how well that'll work, but I think it's worth a shot. Balancing all of those deliveries and collections with only 4 stations might become a problem. May need to look at how we load and unload trains. Missed a row of poles. Start again. Here is L48 West. We have a few extra trees around here. We are back at this corner, so here signals are fine because that square isn't there. Up here the signals need to change, so we take these ones out. Robots are being a bit sleepy. There, those signals good. This station is L48 North. Ooh, which reminds me actually, this station, where is it? East one? Yep. That is L49 East Vulcanite Ore. That's our current naming convention, is to put what you can collect there. I don't necessarily think that's the right naming convention, but it's what we've got, so I'll keep doing it for now. Whole mess of trees here. Let's at least enough away to see the railway. Yeah, these signals are wrong. Take that one away. We have run out, and I need one more signal. Well, that's annoying. It's the one in like the wrong space where I can just take it away. Just to finish this off without picking a whole extra stack up. In theory, when we build the square to the west, that one will come away. So I'm just going to preemptively do that and use it up here where it is needed now. Well, not needed, but wanted. Good, there's that square built in, so junk and rail stuff no longer needed, unless I build an extra square for the fun of it. don't really have enough rail for a full one. Let's focus on what we're doing. We will have quite a major overhaul of the grid here soon, in a few sessions time. It'll be necessary to build in a bunch more grids so we can start retrofitting and upgrading things. Okay, so they're not needed anymore. None of that. Don't need that many of them anyway. That, those, them. Keep the rest, I think. Did use a lot of poles, okay. Next step down here. Start making stuff, which I think, let's look at what we need to do if we're able to. This is the processing we wanted to do. So to make 60 production science packs a minute, which is going to be the target. $133 1/3 vulcanite blocks a minute in total, some of which go into the science pack. Yep, 80 a minute. And the rest go towards making the iron ingots. Hopefully not anything else, but well, we'll deal with that in the future. So we looked at last time we looked at this, we used the matrix solver and it appears to have turned off now, but might want to put that back on. Or deal with it if the numbers are good, which they look good. We're just overproducing enriched vulcanite slightly. We don't care about. Any other reason to put crushed or enriched onto the network? I don't think. They're going to stay locally. So just to get up and running, this isn't like everything, it's just to get up and running. We're going to want 2 pulverizers, 15 centrifuges, which isn't that many. You're going to want more in the future, so I think we'll set up production of centrifuges. And then we're not currently making industrial or advanced furnaces. I'm not sure we can advance, but we need to make an industrial furnace, which I think we won't set up yet. Let's look at how we make one. An industrial furnace is concrete processing unit, heat shielding and steel plate on top of the electric furnace, so we'll do that at some point. Don't think we have everything needed to just do that where we're currently making. Here's where we're making the furnaces at the moment, so the steel and the heat shielding can be done here. But the blue chips would need rare metals, which we do have. It would be messy, very messy, but we could start making industrial furnaces regularly and then make it tidy later. See how it goes. Emotes are static or animated. The ones that are currently available are static. The animated ones are still awaiting approval at the moment, which hopefully should be done in the next week. I'm very tempted to do it. Set up industrial furnace making. Even if it is messy, it gets us started. Let's say we wanted to do it. We wouldn't be producing enough, like red circuits, for example, but it's all backlogged here because every other box is full, so it'll work. You know, like I say, messy, but that's kind of acceptable. Industrial furnace. Have I still got? Yeah, furnaces are currently being made 9 a minute. So if I make it so that this is also 9 a minute, that would consume 9 a minute of electric furnaces. So we would have 2 machines doing these. We'd need to add 8 machines making heat shielding. The whole concrete process. We... We're going to need it, ultimately. They're available, they're available. Sulfuric acid. Not currently here. So we need to bring some water over. Oh, there's water there, okay. Although it's coming from the condensers, which isn't the best way of doing it, but, you know, it'll work, like I say, it'll work. We don't have space for this many buildings, though, in this gap. I think this needs to wait until we're refitting the production here into a new space. Yeah, it does. But let's look at centrifuges, because we're going to need more of those than just the one. Yeah, interesting, because we've got assembly machine 3 available now, so we could set up production of those before we do the move. These need big electric motors, processing units, concrete, heat shielding, steel plates. So they're going to need to be done in the next one up, because there's no barrels of lubricant down here. So we can do that at least. One industrial furnace, and that's all I need to make the blocks. One of them, 15 of them, 2 of them. That's being delivered in. Seems good. Then we're going to need more of a whole bunch of stuff to get to the iron ingots, casting machines, and more industrial furnaces. But, you know, so industrial furnace stuff I can scoop up, I can handcraft them, it's not too bad for now. Casting machine, pretty cheap. Awkward, you know, to make, but we can make them anywhere and what have you, but yeah, pretty cheap to make, though slow. We'll deal with that at a future point as well, all of it. So we're just going to handcraft the machines we need to get this bit done. Then we'll look at the other things. We might have to refit everything down here on the planet before we're able to get production science up and running. We'll try our best to not refit it and just get it up and running, as it unlocks certain things like express loaders that would be useful in the refit. It's going to be an interesting and messy one, but we'll see how it goes. So for now, I want to make like 15 industrial furnaces. 15 industrial furnaces. So I need some electric furnaces. Let's go scoop up concrete and the others I can get from where the rockets launch. So 15 eighths are 30, 60, 120. Yeah. Not so much, that's scooped already. Go down to the rocket area, we can get the other ingredients. Steel, heat shielding, processing unit. Need a bit more steel. 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. They're crafting. 15 centrifuges. So I need to go get a whole bunch of other stuff. 300 big electric motors. 1500 concrete. Which is a lot of concrete. You could or should probably start putting this concrete into a box just to get more of it available to me. If we just get a loader and a splitter that prioritizes right, then any surplus can be put in here and I can use it for these odd jobs until we have them like permanently set up. but that will be better. Here's the motors. There's 300 of them. Concrete, then head back to the rockets where we can get all the other stuff. Or come back for the concrete because it will take a while. Fine. So 300 processing units, 300 heat shielding, about 1,000 steel. My monitor is starting to play up pretty badly. Bit worrying, starting to flicker a lot. It's had a dead line in it for a long time. That line is now not there. Ah, there it is, it's back. Bit concerned my monitor could die any second, but oh well. Can't do anything about it. Okay, there, 15 centrifuges, great. We will have the pulverizers, centrifuges, the industrial furnaces. The chemical plants are available, of course. 67 casting machines, probably go with 68 just to make things symmetrical. Where are they? There they are. So I want 68. Let's go with by 8. So only 544, 550, and 225 of heat shielding. There's heat shielding. 550 concrete, we'll get in a second. 550 steel. 3, 4, 5, that will be enough. And then green circuits. 550 green circuits. I don't think I've randomly thrown them into a box anywhere. But we've got... The next square over has got a ton of them sat on belts. Can we get... Don't actually get that many sat in the machine, weirdly. That could be enough, so just need the concrete. Should be able to make the casting machines, and we'll have the elements. We just need to grab everything into inventory and get on it. That makes 70, that's fine by me. The leftovers back while we're here. Then we're going to need chemical plants. Well, not first actually. First we're just going to need some pulverizers. And then we'll hop back and forth to grab whatever else we might need. So as not to confuse myself before we get started. Pulverizers are just here, so we'll grab some of them, head back to the square we're going to be working in, come up with a plan of attack. So ore is there, and they're going to be facing northbound when they pick it up. Don't know if we want to kind of pick it up and move it to the bottom or something, but in fact that's not a bad idea. Because if we pick it up and move it to the bottom, then after they've collected they can just turn around and deliver it to the north here, which is actually a massive waste of time because you might as well just run it with belts if they're just going to go from there to there. Which is very tempting, but in the future we should vaguely future-proof our plans, even if we need to retrofit. We're going to have more vulcanite coming in, but it's still all going to come in the same direction. It's still all going to come to get turned into... Yeah. Okay. all the vulcanite that arrives is going to be turned into vulcanite blocks because matter liberation, don't know what that is. There's no other use for it other than blocks. Iridium blast cake from the enriched, which is used in making iridium ingots. That's interesting. And something I wish I hadn't seen, but to make iridium you don't use you do use pyroflux. You also use the enriched, so we will need to get the enriched onto the network, which we can deal with later, but that's enriched, that's not raw. And the crushed just used to make blocks. Yeah, okay, so this should not be here, which is going to be a pain to move, but okay. We want to disable this first of all. I change that signal to make sure it doesn't output no matter what, then that's fine. Let the last few deliveries land before we move. Interesting, quite a few are still coming in. This is not outputting a signal, but they're still arriving. So why? Because these got reconnected at some point is the reason. They need disconnecting. There we go. So because it's not got the signal, the power switch is off, which is correct. But these still fire without... Oh, because they've got a buffer. Interesting. They'll still fire without power, so this isn't really the best way to control it. It works because the power also cuts the inserters, which do stop it. But it would be better to just wire up the inserters and disable them directly rather than cutting the power. It'd be simpler. Still, fine. Problem solved. Now we need to move all this, so... I actually think copy-paste will be the easiest thing to do here. If I just copy all of that. That is actually unnecessary because of... Never mind. It's going to go there. We don't actually need to connect this one to the network. It's going to be south. And I'm going to remove the red wires. Just to properly disconnect them. We can leave them wired together, whatever. Change how we do the naming. Some of those things we need to deconstruct in order to get the building. This is fine, and then we're not actually going to load into trains here. So, in fact, it's not even going to be a station here. Let's remove the station entirely. And 5 loaders will be big time overkill because there's only one coming in. So there only needs to be one coming out. Actually, thinking about it, these warehouses shouldn't even be here. We'll just put the warehouses on the other side. This is, yeah, unnecessary. Let's remove that. Which does beg the question, why not have it land on the other side? Or why have it land next to an edge at all? Hang on. Need to follow this logic through. So we think at some point, or I think at some point, we're going to need enriched vulcanite. We definitely need vulcanite blocks out. It's 2 stations out needed. We have 2 stations out here. But we also need stuff delivered in to do the processing, which is barrels of petroleum, sulfur, and sand. No, the sand is where the pyroflux is made. So just barrels of petroleum and sulfur. Yep. We're already getting sulfur delivered up here, so if we just added barrels of petroleum to the deliveries up here, we could bring them down, process central, send the 2 things out, 1 thing now, but 2 things in the future. Okay. There's no need for the second square below. Let's undo this. Yeah, we can just do everything in this square, that's fine. I think. No reason not to. That's a new one. What's a new one, Mondo? The question, yeah. Artbot retweeting Andrew Tate. Weird. Interesting. I guess very popular and therefore likely to get engagement from many people. So this is not going to be here, but we'll move it in a bit somehow. Start at the beginning, which is up here getting petroleum added onto the situation. Probably going to want it. It's not joining that bus. It's going elsewhere. The sulfur we're also going to want elsewhere. So how are we going to deal with that? Could pull it out again. There is room to do that. 2 outputs of sulfur. Or we pull it off the end of the bus, which is currently kind of not an option. We split the line off up here. How much are we even needing? 0.05 of a belt at the moment, but that's fine. So yeah, we'll just pull that off up here and bring it down. Down there. So let's bring the barrels down there as well. Or over here. So in the same fashion. Following the same existing pattern. I'm in satellite mode, aren't I? You are barrel of petroleum. There we go. Wants to check because the profile seems more legit than others. Yeah. Slightly different at least. Don't know, a bit weird still. Run that down. Down and then under. Linked to another action. Yeah. Who knows? Whether they're all real people or one of them is a real person, everyone else is a bot connected to that one person, maybe? Don't know. Not losing Mishimo's a week. Yeah, they're bad. Yeah, they're generic. And currently being used by other people, so what's the point? Might as well use the Twitch default emotes. Should come in 6 fancy colours. Under there. Yeah. I mean, at least they're like... ooh, monitor, please don't die. They're like channel artworks. Are like generic, but of reasonable quality usually. But like emotes are such a complicated thing to work on, really. I think the scale of them is weird. You need special skill to do it well. Small town advertising sheets on... Yeah. Just, yeah. Cheap and inexperienced stuff. Cheap or inexperienced stuff. How many gaps do I need? 2? 1, 2, so don't need that one. And they need to all come together. Them in the next one over. I don't know if you were here, Mondo, for the last stream I did last week, or maybe it wasn't the last stream, but a stream last week I had one of the people come in and start asking the same questions. So like they follow before saying anything and then start asking the same questions. And I just said, like, I'm pretty sure you're about to advertise your art. If you're going to, then don't bother. And they actually unfollowed straight away and left, which surprised me that they went to the effort of unfollowing. Get all these rocks out of the way. Damn things. Yeah, which I don't know, it seems like a pretty reasonable approach. Like, if it's a genuine person asking genuine questions and you're like, you sound like people who do this, then they can just turn around and say, oh no, that's not what I'm doing. All well and good. And if it is what they're doing, then they know where they stand and can unfollow and leave. It doesn't, you know, doesn't matter. So, not upset that they unfollowed, I just thought it was interesting that they bothered. I don't think anyone... Like, it's... The questions are weird, inherently, so people can't, like, genuinely ask them and expect people to not say, that's weird. Do I want to pull off this end, or... doesn't really matter. Let's go with that one. I assume we only need 1 line of petrol. It's going to be, like, tiny, tiny amounts. 3 barrels per minute. Yeah. So, let's sort out the line of sulfur as well that's going to come off. So I'm just going to send this under. Split the sulfur off somehow to there would be my preference. Bring that line down. They're actually live, interesting. Doing art, or I've seen some, you know, some of them have like people who are following them, or they follow, no, people they recommend or something, who are then live, giving the impression they're a real person, but then the content that live channel's producing isn't like a person playing a game or doing something, it's like pre-recorded stuff. One machine's going to be enough, isn't it, for sure? So that goes there. That's going to unbarrel petroleum into storage tank. Yep, which can go there. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Should be fine. Be fine. Definitely not Samantha, yeah. Yeah. Then so the empty barrels we can recycle to steel, which is being used, but I just don't like it because it causes a backlog. So I'm gonna We don't make crushers. I need to make at least a crusher. I can do. I'll make 2 because I can do that in my backpack. And we'll just have them over here getting rid of the empty barrels because we're just not going to do anything with them. And then that's fine. Sulfur and petrol that are required for this process are here, ready to use. They're coming down in that gap. So I guess I'd like to set up the delivery of the vulcanite here. Some fashion, so we've just got delivery chest into warehouse basically. We've got all of these warehouses just for the trains. They don't actually need that many. Might go with 2. That wouldn't matter. The amount we're processing, 0.57 of a belt of vulcanite ore is wanted for this. No, other way around. We want to put 0.74 of a belt into the pulverizers, so yeah, 1 warehouse would be fine. So we might just do that, really. Keep it simple, you know. Put the warehouse there. Then it'll be delivery chest. And the signal receiver, I guess. Quite like that. That one there. That there is okay. It's a bit ugly like that. Yeah, like that I think I prefer. Yeah, that can live there, that's fine. Oh yeah, no, anyone who's whether it's ironic, whether it's just for exposure or whatever, if you're gonna retweet what is approaching or essentially hate speech, then yeah, no, not going to engage with that. I think one of them who like came in and then followed on Twitter, I went there and they were retweeting Trump. And I assume they're not actually Americans. I don't know what's going on with that. I cut that. Don't remember the lettering. Looks like it. That'll be good. So yeah, I'm going to take these apart. And that. We'll work out what we're going to do with all this ore in a second, because that's a lot of ore to tidy up. Put somewhere if I'm only going to have one warehouse at the other end. We'll see. Everybody knows Trump getting more publicity does nothing but take this harmful to young people. I'd say Trump is harmful to young people as well. Not to the same degree perhaps, but certainly harmful. And Tate doesn't need more publicity either. Every young person knows him already. It's kind of the same. In different ways, but the same concept. Put that there. Yeah, that worked. Feed that up to there. Good. This is still going to target the Everdome network. We'll configure that after I fill this in so it doesn't start firing, because I don't want any more at the moment. We do need to, and I'll do this now before I forget, retarget the guns up here, because they're currently firing at an empty spot. So we want to choose the chest again. Then I should be able to copy paste, and they'll be targeting the chest. Yep. Good. Let's clear out this junk stone and get some space in my inventory to start moving some of that vulcanite over to the new warehouse. Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, difficult these days. You have to pick from two sides. So if the other side doesn't suit you, then you end up supporting, you know, hateful people. Which is, you know, There ought to be another option. You know, you can make content out of them. I do quite like the idea of a counter, you know, just a chat counter. Every time there is one, it goes up. Just so you know how many of them have come and visited. Do a shot every time someone mentions they're an artist, yeah. Everything, yeah. I mean, that's especially on political matters. Everything recently has been boiled down. You've only got two sides to pick from. You're not allowed to have a original thought. Roll that in there, make more space in the general inventory. No idea what I'm going to do with 8 warehouses full of vulcanite. Can try and find a way to manually inject it back in if we just leave a little space here, for example, and 2 away, so I need to be like awkwardly spaced, but take them down later anyway, aren't we? Once we've used up all the vulcanite we've had delivered so far. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's obviously about simplifying things. Just grab those and... Got warehouses, okay. Oh, my robots I put in there, that's why they didn't get built. We can just dump it in the end one. Need loaders, that's what we need. Ironic, yeah, it is. Yeah, no conflict when there's 2 sides. That wouldn't make sense. Peace is simple. Perhaps. Not all the time. Although the problem with peace boils down to people who don't accept it. So the solution is often to do with compromise that's unacceptable to one party. Well, I don't think that's true, Mondo. I think that's part of the problem. It's not a case that everybody wants to live in peace and be free to do their own thing. Some people want to control others. You know? And that's where some problems come from, is that desire to not live in peace and not let others live in peace. Yeah, it is a minority, but it's a very powerful minority. Absolutely, but like the majority of people, yeah, just want to be left alone. But left alone might include being left alone to be hateful, which some people can't accept, and it might mean being left alone to do progressive things, which other people can't accept, and so on and so on. It's just, it's a horrific minefield because some people won't compromise. And some people shouldn't have to compromise in some situations, you know, according to my personal politics, which don't necessarily want to throw out on stream all the time. It can make people uncomfortable, potentially, you know. People are welcome here as long as they don't start spouting their politics in other people's face. Your own internet, yeah. Best we can do is educate the next generation to think critically. And at the moment that's not happening, so that's what scares me the most. It's poor education. Absolutely, yeah. Do not have to agree, but you do have to be polite. And there obviously is a line, like, obviously. Some things are objectively unacceptable everywhere. Even if you are keeping it to yourself. Yeah, good example. People who just want broccoli all day. Not permitted. We making progress? Kind of. Might have been quicker to just run a belt between all these things. Might do that. Just deconstruct the bit that is empty already. Don't need those loaders and stuff. Have I seen Kentar lately? Yes. Haven't spoken to him, but I've seen him around. Ooh, where's the vulcanite coming from? Oh, those loaders have got vulcanite on. Of course. This last post on Fish Hub was about, yeah, digging the snow, yeah. Stuck in the snow out somewhere. It might have had storms and lost internet sometimes, but he was online yesterday, so around, and has had connection recently, so so string these together. And just that I can get on with other stuff. Let's run these directly over. The belt can deal with it, and we'll come deconstruct that later. Starfield got a date. Yeah, I'm sure it will get lots of those before we get it. Many things get many dates. I definitely won't be believing the first one given for that. Well, I've not actually seen much of the game anyway, actually. Don't know what people are expecting from it, whether it's expected to be good or not. E3 time, don't know. But nothing releases on the first date that it's given these days. Okay, so that's awkward. Take that away. Take that away. Try and bring the barrels into there. Crush them, just get rid of them. So that's good actually. I can enable delivery of the barrels, which I'm gonna have to remember how we do this. So 8,000 is a stack of 50s. These comes to 1600 is the number that I've been using. Yeah, 10% of that. Barrels of petroleum minus 1600. Go for it. Oh, I see what you mean. we're going to get lots of dates for different games. No, I mean, that game specifically is going to have different dates over time. I imagine. I assume. Might remove some of this here that's a bit confusing at the moment. We're just dealing with that stage. In fact, let's drop into it. We're just dealing with making vulcanite blocks. But we want to make more of them. Okay, can't quite do that then. Want to add the ingot, the molten, the pyroflux from block, and then add block, which will be 80 plus 53, 133. Drop into that. Request the enriched vulcanite from centrifuge, crushed vulcanite from pulverizer, and petroleum is just from unbarreling, which don't really need to see. We know that's fine. 104 postponed a lot. Pretty sure, yeah. Skyrim wasn't. Oh, interesting. I thought it was. But it shows, yeah, or showed on release with the especially. But yeah, it's true actually. If they're willing to release it full of bugs, then that's not going to be such an issue. They might not delay it. So in this case, that should be one of them. That should be a centrifuge. That should be a pulverizer. Got the sulfur, the petroleum. Byproduct of sand. Interesting. Sure. Byproduct of stone. We're just going to get rid of all of them. We're going to need more crushers. This is the point where I want to use a matrix. Now the unrestricted item we thought could just be a byproduct. And this will give us the good number, where both elements added together, 245.8 plus 20.83 will get us for 266.7, which can't be correct, but it's very, very close. Okay. In any case, this is something I've not really worked on before, the enrichment process. That's what we need to do first, right? Just pulverize them first, then centrifuges. So let's say we leave that. That will be a gap. Here's where we're going to start crushing. So pulverizers are pretty big from what I remember. Yep. Need 2 of them. Big poles on the ends to power them. It's all right. They're going to crush vulcanite. The input. Machine is taking 0.35 of a belt, so an inserter should be able to do it, although it can't get power, so let's do this a bit different. Let's put it down instead. Put the big poles on there. Keep them as little ones. Have loaders. Like that. Just like that. Yeah, not super pretty, but they'll do. Start crushing, and we'll work out how we're going to deal with the outputs in a second. Meanwhile, let's get this configured properly. So this is capable of holding 512 20s. No the guns are going to fire off like 400 when we switch them off. So we want to leave quite a big buffer. I'm going to go with 8,000. Don't remember what it was before, but I'm going to go with 8,000. And that is when the vulcanite, the ore, is less than 8,000, give the signal. So the signal is not there currently because we're at 10,000 and will be for a while because we're feeding him. So that's all good. This then needs 3 outputs, which I'm going to spread out nicely, which are stone, crushed vulcanite, and enriched vulcanite. Yeah. Okay, although some of them can't be put in, let me just scoop and deal with that mess later. Want to combine those belts, I guess, because we can. Yeah. And then we'll work on them, so don't want to head that way. First thing is get rid of the stone, I guess. That can be last thing. We'll send stone up. That's not ideal. Might want to space these even different, like down one and up one. No, but then that one would be up one. Okay, let's keep them where they were. Send that and that under, that up, and join. So there's the stone joined. Then I want to bring them into here. 2, 1 there and there, maybe. That one into there, that into there. That under. That'll do. Got the 2 lines with the 2 different types. We need to run them through the centrifuge with sulfur. It's going to create a sand byproduct. It's going to create enriched vulcanite. Okay, so it's different to the uranium. It's not going to also output crushed. These are pretty small, which is nice. Let's look at this again. So sulfur, crushed and enriched creates... No, it does. Creates sand enriched and crushed. So I want the outputs to be fed back in. I have a vague idea, like I say, not something I've worked with before, but a vague idea of a way of it working, which we'll try. Put all of the centrifuges down, so it's going to be 14 of them. 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Doing enriched. Needs 3 inputs though, which is awkward. Pretty awkward. Kind of want a mixed belt or something. 10-second process, taking 10 crushed, so it's a lot. Let's try and do a loaders. I like the filtering of them and everything. So if that was all like that. That won't really work, will it? Unless you separate everything. Then that needs to go under. Can't get the splitter in there, so you need to separate them again. No, you just need to move that up one. That's there, and that's there, for example. That one goes to there, that one Go to there. It's not terrible. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's other stuff and what we do with it, but we can deal with that in a bit. Let's get it working and then we can tidy it up later. You know, this is just a little temporary thing, really. That one can go under all the way. Very nice. Need to get more undergrounds. Could put them in the middle as well, though, for like that's an option. That one I might just put there to be consistent with that. That's kind of fine. The poles don't get in the way either. So that can then copy all the way down. Yeah, I'm happy. Happy with that. Just need to go get more undergrounds, like I say. Let's let the robots come in. Some bits of junk we can get rid of while we're flying. I need to make more crushers as well, don't I? Will need more. Just need some iron and copper. It's simple enough. There's some iron and some copper in here. Let's get rid of all of that. 3 more probably work. We'll see. Don't want things backing up because the crushers aren't getting rid of the byproducts fast enough. Would not be happy. I've gone too far. Yep. Inserters look fine, especially if I'm using loaders mostly. A bit more belt wouldn't hurt us. A few more splitters would be sensible, and then a bunch of underground would be good. Loaders, probably got enough, but I'll take another stack. Power poles. Let's take a few more. That ought to do us. Let's get back to where we're building. Down more? Yeah. Here we go. It's pretty, you know, neat and tidy and everything in this square for now, considering. Okay, so at this point a sulfur can terminate, but the others are going to keep going around. In my mind, this is how it works. So the whatever that is, crushed and enriched, enriched and crushed. And then the outputs are going to play into that. So that, let's go with crushed, enriched and sand. Water probably doesn't matter. They're going to want to join. So that's going to go there and join. That's going to go under and join. And then that's going to go, sure, under and join. So sand will run like that, although the first one doesn't need a splitter. Enriched is there. Regular is there. Crushed. So the inside needs to be crushed. It's fine. And that should be good. Just check the next 3 over can fit in okay. So that goes there, there, and then there. I'm happy so far, if this even works. Need to add a splitter for that. And then it's a lot of belt work just for centrifuge. There are undoubtedly other ways of doing this. And perhaps using circuit networks smarter than I'm going to, but we'll see. So The outside one is sand, which is going off to get destroyed. So we're going to turn the stone output from here into sand and then get rid of all of the sand. Maybe we will do that on the left here. That'll be okay. We'll change that in a second. What I need to do here is join. So that's going to go back in. And that back into there. That's sulfur in. So we need the crushed to get to the inside one somehow. Which means moving this. This is not in a good spot. Join them and then send them under. Not really. Send these under. Join them wherever, really. Let's go with there. I'll load them into there, and then doesn't have to be there, it can be with there. Send that one earlier. That's fine. Kind of. You know, it'll work, I think. Oh, they're all full, of course, that into the output of there, get it out of my inventory. Okay. So what we then need is the outbound. So we need crushed and enriched to come out to be processed into blocks. So over here we'll have splitter. That'll go under and that'll come over. But we disable these with circuit conditions. Just get these poles in the right spot and then we'll work out what those conditions should be. Essentially, if the belt is full, it's allowed out. What's this warning? Something got destroyed on Everdome. Where and how? Interesting. Whole bunch of damage. I'm pretty sure that's a meteor strike. There's no ammunition. I remember I've missed something, don't I? We do need to go back to Everdome because I forgot to plug in the steel or something. And when we go back, we'll need to take greenhouses to fix that. Okay, that's not ideal. I don't want that distraction right now, but we'll deal with that in the future. If more meteors destroy more things, and so be it. So these are going to go like down, essentially. Say there and there, and then green might be more obvious with all the red things around it. That bit of belt compares to that bit of belt, and that bit to that bit, which is a bit neater actually. Can we just move that back one? Just so I can put them next to each other. So the belt on the loop is reading in hold. The belt on the outside is enabled or disabled based on the signal. So if crushed vulcanite is greater than 7, tell you what I need to do is bring that signal to a pole so I can see it. So signal is currently 8, which is full. So yeah, if it's greater than 7, go ahead. And here the same thing but with enriched. So it's going to take some time for this system to kind of kick into action. We need to sort out the stone and the sand and stuff, and then it will start flowing. It'll take a few cycles for there to be sufficient enriched vulcanite on the loop for it to keep feeding and for this to eventually back up like the inside has and start outputting the enriched stuff as well. But for now, like, I'm not sure if it even works, but I'm pretty sure it does. And if it does, it's a mess of belts. But it's effective, I think, and I'd be pretty happy with it if it does work. So like I say, we just need to sort out the sand and stone to make sure those byproducts don't cause a backup or backlog anywhere. I think to help with that, I'm going to move this over. Free up a bit of space around here. Move those inputs to in line with there. I might flip the sand output to the other side. The stone output even. With there. It's for stone. Just go under that line. And it can join up, but doesn't really need to, I don't think. Not sure how many crushes we're really going to need for this. Start with one and see how it goes. Let's go with there. What did I do here? Move them in a bit. Let's try that. Let's go with two then. They're going to output sand. This is also sand. And now we'll feed into one. See whether it's enough or not. Not like super happy with that arrangement, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. That's backed up by the crushed vulcanite not going anywhere. We're going to need more crushers. We can't let anything back up, so we need the opportunity to crush the crushed vulcanite and the enriched vulcanite as well. Okay. Just to make sure no product can cause the others to stop like they have. Interesting stuff. Okay. A lot of void needed, which... yeah, unusual. Not sure what you're supposed to do about that. There's no other option, really. But there's nothing I can do at the moment to free this up other than get rid of the crushed, and I can't use it until we get enough enriched to use it. And we can't guarantee they're going to come through in the right balance because we've not got exact right number of machines. So yeah, we need to crush it. Like we flare off the liquids that we've been doing. Okay. Let's just get this sulfur plugged in for the sake of it. Good. Then yeah, I'm going to go get more iron and more copper. Don't have to go far, do I? Copper here. Iron? No. Yes, there we go. Make a whole bunch more crushers. Can I tidy this up at all? We've got more space down here now. So potentially, I mean, that's definitely not going to be fast enough from the looks of it. Yeah, I do want to do this a bit differently. Let's send the stone down together. Put this back a bit. And then between those belts and here is, you know, free space, which I move them down. Maybe 4, which is probably overkill. 2 for stone, 2 for sand, I think. 2 up there for the barrels is fine. Well, they probably only need to be 1. Yeah. No, but we'll leave that. We'll leave that be. That's fine. That row there, and then 2 more here. And 2 more here. Yeah, change the poles in the middle to power everything. Does all of them, but not them. So let's do that. We'll see. So I'm going to have load of there, load of there. And then there and there. So these are going to be stone to sand to crushed. Split that again there. Bind this sand. I don't want to join them and then split them again to try and, not necessarily evenly, but spread it, especially if one of them gets backed up. So let's join there and then come back over. And that join there. Not particularly neat, but not bad. And then here, there, I guess. The same kind of deal we got up there. Red wires. No, green wires. Not that it matters. This one reads. This one does exactly the same as that. No, other way round. Yes, other way round. This one reads, and if it's not backed up, then everything will continue going to where we're going to process it. And this one frees up if that one is backed up. In that case, sends it over to be crushed, which is probably not going to be fast enough in one machine from the looks of it. Just have to see how that goes, I suppose. Welcome back, Mondo. Yeah, not happy with that either. Change this. Change that one. That one. Do that. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Here, I just want to make more of these. Most business schools are when people like and respect your work. Yeah. It can be nice. Okay. Move this up, I guess. To there. If that's backed up, get rid of it all. You know, hopefully 3 machines is enough to get rid of it all. But we need to do the same with the enriched as well, just in case. What have I got left? 2 more machines. Can do it. Do it over here, I guess. We'll want to leave a gap anyway. Need a pole to power them both, that'll do. Doubt we'll need more than one for this because it's, well, I don't know, when it backs up, I guess we might need tons of them. Bit concerning, really. To do that there. Then green wire again. That one reads. That one enables or disables, but based on enriched. Should be good. I mean, these should be functioning now. They're outputting more and more enriched, which is good. When there's enough enriched to consistently feed all the machines, like there isn't currently for the last one, it's not getting enough enriched, so it needs to build more up into the buffer belt. But when that's good, then we'll be producing at the rate that is expected from the calculation. Or at least we should be. So we can put in our one industrial furnace, bring the water and petrol down. Is it me or is that big? 5 by 5, that's going to be interesting when we upgrade all smelting to that kind of level. Cool. This guy's going to be making vulcanite blocks. Oh, of course, it's got liquid inputs and everything, yeah. Not looking at any stats for the past week. Saw 0.05 average viewers away from affiliate. 0.05, pretty close. You might find the stats update overnight and you get there. And sometimes adjust itself by like little margins randomly. At this point, my that tracking screen for like how close I am to partner is has statistics that are completely different to the other pages, so I have no idea how that works. I do know I'm miles away from partner, but I'm not even looking really, but just completely wrong stats. Okay, that's in the wrong one. I want that there. Perfect spot, there we go. That's petrol in. Water in. Have we got any... There's no water being used here? Yes, there is. So we can maybe just piggyback off that. Probably be fine. Let's pull that line over. Slightly wrong to encourage you. Don't think so, but yeah. One had to surprise the other bit mad, yeah, because it's so close. This is really poorly located. Let's do that for a bit. That's not great, but we can just do that to adjust that. It's messy, but we'll get there. There, okay, water and petrol. So now we just need the two, like, actual inputs. Which should be alright with inserters. 5 seconds, 10 in 5 seconds, 2 per second, maybe not. Just not risk it. That's going to create our vulcanite blocks, which definitely can be on inserter. 1 per second actually, so maybe close. Still, it's also making steam. Didn't think ahead to that. It's making 165 degrees steam. So you could put a steam engine on it, and it would take that steam and generate electricity, but only if you need electricity. Otherwise it will back up the steam. So I want something else, don't I? Is it this kind of thing? Condenser? No. Consumes steam, generates electricity, outputs fluids. I want something that's going to get rid of the steam. I guess we can flare it. There's perhaps a better use for it, but I don't mind flaring it. I'm putting the tag there just so that I can learn and see how, whether it builds up or not, what the deal is, just in case. But anyway, we're making blocks, actually, like making them, which is pretty damn cool. No idea if we're making them at the rate expected, but we're making them. That's enough to progress. Let's feed them back. And then we want to send them all the way over, which I think I will just do here. Should be fine. These rocks out of the way. Other junk. I'm going to use this train station, which I guess I didn't actually need to take apart. We'll rebuild it. And instead of outputting the raw vulcanite, it's now going to put the vulcanite blocks into our network. But we can get rid of this belt. It's now cleared out all the old stuff that was stored down there, and those two warehouses are already empty, so we can get rid of them as well. If it works, it works. I'm not unhappy with it all. It'll be interesting when we have to scale that up to hundreds of centrifuges instead of just 14. This down, and then we need to split it out for the 8. Need to rebuild some, or did I? No, I do need to rebuild. 1, 2 of them. Yep. They're there, and then we're going to need that rebuilding. That's all fine, that's still configured as a provider, so that's all good. It's today the day I work out how to do this more compactly. First we split it, then we turn that one into 2, and again, then that line into 2 there. And do the same down here. I should split it evenly into 8. No, put that one too soon. That one's coming along there. Does this same thing. The one over. There, that one in there, that one in there. Good. So that's split, and then it goes to that splitter and that splitter. So 1 to 2 splitters. Those go into 2 splitters each. Yeah, that's okay. Surprised, but today's the day I worked it out. That's going to split those blocks evenly for the train station. and they're going to become available to the network straight away. You know, they're going to need to build up into the warehouse a little bit, but they're going to be available. Which means job done. Step 1 of today's objectives. It's not super duper neat. I can already see that these are not crushing fast enough to keep things flowing right. Can I see why? What is the deal? Deal is because there's no byproduct, so we shouldn't need to crush them, but we will. We're consuming twice as much enriched as crushed. Twice as much enriched as crushed. This process creates not that. It just creates more enriched from the buffer stock. So yeah, we're always, because of the way we're feeding out the buffer stock. It's interesting. What I would expect is ultimately this machine doesn't back up on crushed. It backs up on something different. Nothing. But these will always need more crushed than... I don't know. It's a system I don't think you can just put numbers to. Well, I certainly can't in my head. It's not quite fully up to speed from the looks of it, but all the machines are running. So it should be. The rate of output on the enriched stuff isn't enough. It's not going to back up more while it's drip feeding it out. Might want to balance the sides of the belt to get the reader more consistent. Which we can do somewhere. Just send that under. Do it here. Might be unnecessary. With the different output rates, I think it could help. It is actually, yeah, already making it more consistent. It's an interesting one, how it works, watching it go. But it is like drip feeding out the enriched stuff, whereas we've got full belt of this coming out. Which I wouldn't, yeah. It's turning 10 and 1 into 4 and 4. 10 and 1 into 4 and 4. This is making 3 and a 10% chance. If that's every time, it's 0.1. 3 and 0.1. So every let's say it runs 10 times, it gets an enriched. I don't know if that's how the system works, but if 10 times it gets an enriched, then there's 20 surplus crushed vulcanite per machine. So 40 surplus every second. This clears out 1 every 2 seconds. 40 every 1 second. Yeah. So we would need 80 crushers to get it all crushed quick enough. The outputs here are not blocked by crushed. I mean, yet, but they're not. It is flowing away acceptably. It's interesting, so it might be enough. Just no real way of measuring. There's nothing else we can do. Change that to crushed usage. We could speed it up by putting it into the delivery cannon capsule and then crushing that. That's pretty much the only other option, yeah. What I am going to do, because I don't believe this is going to be such an issue, is add an extra one down here. Or somewhere. Up there. Yeah, up here. It's already powered by that pole, which is added win. Put that there. It's not consistent, so I am going to move in. That does seem okay. Not sure what difference having the extra one will do, but the system seems fine. It's just the output speed that I have no idea about whether it's even going to be enough to flow all right. The stone is not getting crushed quick enough because the sand is not getting crushed quick enough, and there's, again, nothing we can really do about that. We can, well, cook the sand to glass. That'll halve it. It's not much. We can turn it to landfill and crush the landfill. That's worth doing. Or, yeah, feed into capsules, but, you know, capsules are expensive, is the issue. And there's no way, like, we want to use sand to make pyroflux from the vulcanite blocks, but there's no way of balancing that here. Everything else is quite high tech. Turn it into quartz. It's not much of a reduction. Can turn it into chlorine and hydrogen and then vent them. But 10 per 5 seconds is the same speed as what we're doing now. No, it's a little better. It's quite a bit better. Turning 200 into landfill's got to be the answer. Let's do that. So I'm going to take these away a second. In a bunch of assembly machines. Doesn't really work. Just need to move them down a bit, I think. I don't even think we'd need this many actually, but we'll see. They're making landfill from just sand. They make one every second, so they're consuming 200 sand per second. Which is, yeah, we won't need that many. This would do better if we fed that into there. That into there somehow. Just move that. That side. Yeah, they're not going to need that pair. And then they're just doing 1 per second if they can get the input fast enough, which I doubt. In fact. Yeah, that's fine. A crusher might be enough now. But the layout's a bit ugly now. That one there. Yeah, that's fine. It's not running because they're not getting enough. I guess maybe they only need one machine. Okay. We can work with that then. Let's give it a go. And then put the crusher back on the right hand side here. Somehow. Probably. Hopefully. I mean, you can. Yeah, you can crush landfill, so that's going to be fine. I'll deal with that surplus. Dealing with all the other surpluses everywhere, hopefully by enough. Looking better. Yeah. I reckon we're at least close to the 133 that we're supposed to be doing. This guy's supposed to be running like slower than that, so yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good on the vulcanite block production side of things, which I'm very happy about. Step 1 of today's objectives done. About 2 hours in, not bad going. So everything else is good and re-enabled. Just got to clear through the junk here, and things all work out. Our constant supply, self-feeding. We can move on to making molten iron ingots, the next stage of the process. Which is going to happen here. I'm going to pull off some of the iron ore that we've already got, because evidently it's not being used. There's tons on the belts up here, so we'll just pull a line of that somewhere. Then needs enriching. Then needs pyroflux making and adding, and so on and so on. So we just remove them and drop it into it. So this is going to need molten iron made in industrial furnace, casting machine, industrial furnace. It's going to need pyroflux making. This I can do in traditional, didn't mean to matrix it. It just needs blocks and sand, which is fine. Both of which, no, sand isn't. So sand we need from stone. So stone will be delivered, pulverized to sand, mixed with blocks in a chemical plant to make pyroflux. That is added to enriched iron, which is the bit we're not even doing that yet. To do that, we've got the iron ore, the water's simple enough, but we're going to need sulfuric acid. So we're going to need sulfur delivering. So we need to deliver here vulcanite block, stone and sulfur. And iron plate. That's an interesting one. Iron plate's made here. Iron plate can be made specifically for this. It's only one electric furnace, yeah. We're bringing iron ore over, we might as well turn some of it into plate to make the sulfuric acid, which is then added in 8 chemical plants. Okay, might need to go get more chemical plants, but that's fine. Makes the enriched iron. It's interesting, it's different to what we did for enriching the rare metals. This was hydrogen chloride, not sulfuric acid. Okay. Kind of want to work backwards from the station where we're going to output this, which is, I don't know, could be the north one or the west one. Deliveries to the west and out to the north might be good. Could be then cut across and join the iron ore, and that can all work here if it fits. But yeah, let's go with that. This is going to be the output station. The iron ingots, which we're going to have very few of. In fact, in the future we're going to want them on the network, but For now, we just want to send them up into orbit, so we could just put a rocket silo here instead to send them up. Perhaps we should do it as well. We shall see about that. For now, let's go with the train station. I'm going to need more loaders and stuff, that's fine. Let's do a bit of prepping and then check our inventory for what we might need. It's going to be there, a pole there, and a constant combinator. That wired up. Be good. Ready? Might as well. That one. This will be a provider. Yeah, well, later problems we'll deal with later. So for now, let's go tidy up and restock on things. Then come back and start building out backwards. So from the casting machine, then back up the chain. Oh, I've run out of fuel. Uh-oh. This is fuel of a type. Helpful when you run out of fuel next to a fuel station. Junk into here. Just miscellaneous stuff into here that I'm not actively using. Keep the rest. Go get some proper rocket fuel for the jetpack. It is faster than this fuel. Should last a while. Then what are we going to need? Power poles, probably some more. Furnaces, I need one, but I've got some on me, that's fine. Pulverizers, I've got some on me. Plenty of assembly machines, loaders, splitters, undergrounds, more belt. Inserters probably good, but I'll take some more long-handled ones. We're going to need water. Yes. So I need I've got offshore pump. I might need some more pipe and stuff. That's overkill. This I need more of. I'll get started. Or a little further than we have already gone. Up the north of here. Oh, Rebel just built something. Interesting. Okay, so the last thing we're going to need to do is put them into here. Let's do that. Where did I do it? Right here. Copy paste that. Good. So that's where the iron ingots are going to go in. And we need to lay out 67 casting machines, which is just an awkward number. Doesn't divide by anything, does it? No. Almost by 11, but not quite. Any fine, call it 70 just to, and you know, run inefficiently just to make it me happy doing 7 rows of 10. How big are they anyway? are pretty small. Interesting. Can their fluid boxes output into one another? So we're not going to put them there because it blocks the fluid box. But if we need to access the fluid box, then we need to put them that way round to get the pipes along. Whereas if they feed into each other, then there is okay with a bigger power pole. We just feed into one end. I'm going to assume you can. Although there's no way I can really test without making some molten iron, which isn't going to happen. Anything that might tell me, like a tooltip or something? No. Just the graphics a placeholder. That's playing it safe, but it's definitely more ugly than doing that. What is that? 6, 12, 18, 24, 25. It's not going to become 70 very neatly. 24 will become 72. That's more like it. Off the end ones. Probably. It should work. If they feed. Though I've missed a few, haven't I? There we go. Assuming they feed through, okay, that would be best. We can just... a tank of molten iron on the end. Might need a pump or something to get it into all the rows. We'll have to see how that goes. We can adjust that. I need to set the recipe, okay. It's iron ingot. Ingot work has got both arrows, which means it inputs and outputs. There's no reason for it to output fluid other than to pass it to the next door neighbour. They're making 1 ingot every 25 seconds. 69 machines, that's good. Close enough. Could remove 2 of the machines. Yeah. Nah. Let's get the inserters for the outputs put on. Each row is 23, making 1 every 25 seconds. That's roughly 1 per second. The belt is moving 30 per second, so we don't need to balance the sides. In fact, an easier way of telling that, isn't there? It's making 0.09 of a belt in total. 0.03 of a belt each. This doesn't seem right. Oh well. Next run I do, which I appreciate is like a year from now, I'm going to try Hell mod instead of Factory Planner. I don't know the technical difference, but I'm interested in seeing the difference for myself. I can join like that and then to there. Okay. So the stage before this. Feeding molten iron into this end. Molten iron is made from enriched iron and pyroflux in 14 industrial furnaces. Seven. So we're going to go with 2 rows probably. Yeah. Molten iron. Okay. Need to. Okay. If we rotate those, we can pipe pyroflux up the middle. And the output lines, yeah. These around the outside and then joining at the end. See if that's even okay. How much are they making? 750 every minute. Should be okay. It's all right there. Oops. We'll want to add that row regardless. Add those pipes that side as well. Join them up there. And the pyroflux. Down the middle. And then enriched iron needs to be inserted. That's annoying. Do I want to lay them out different to get the inserter powered? Shift them in between the poles. The poles could sit there. Don't know. Might be better, might not be. This way I need to just get bigger power poles everywhere. Maybe around the outside. Because there's some over there already, so yeah. Line them up with them. And then there'll be a long-handled inserter. Ooh, don't like that. Interesting. By taking in 24 every 60 seconds. So it should be fast enough. Could use loaders, but yeah, long-handled should be fine. So they're going to go, let's go with there. But no, that's, this side doesn't even have space for the belt. This isn't going to work there. So let's give that other idea a go. What's that pole in the way? Okay. So how about there? Which is there. Fix that up. Those poles can probably change back. Good work. See how it goes. I just need to change how these connect. That one, that pole's in the way. Okay. I don't really want to do that differently, and they don't have both arrows, so I don't think we can feed through. So let's move this out. To there. There. Yep, I'm happy with that. Just need to add an extra row of power poles to neaten that up. Which lines up better with that anyway. Perfect. Reconnect this end of the whole deal. And that does leave more space for putting pumps in if we do need to at a later point. Good. Inserters can now go there all the way along. Although that's, again, the pole. Not in the best space. Fine on that end. On this side would need undergrounds. That's how it lays out. We're going to, when we scale this up, and we have, well, if we scale this up, and we have more molten iron production, we can look at a better layout. There's no real need to now. This will work. There is where the enriched iron is going to go in. Like them all the way along. Should have enough space there to do what we need to get the enriched iron in the first place. Let's look at, it's just off the edge here, we're going to make pyroflux to feed into there. That needs one chemical plant, one pulverizer. Simple enough. One chemical plant making pyroflux. Do I want a tank? Probably, knowing me. One pulverizer. Could use a crusher because of low volume required. We'll go with pulverizer. We've got them on us. This is making sand. Should we just want to put in? I'll use a loader. It's fine. It does for 2 gap space nicest. This needs stone feeding in. And then vulcanite blocks into that chemical plant. So there and I mean there. With a loader, I guess. In which case, line up with the other side. And therefore move these over as well. That's where we're going to plug those 2 in from over here where they're delivered. It's not too bad. We'll join them up, send them over, send them down. It's not too bad. That'd be okay. We'll deal with that last, I guess, because it's the first step and we're working backwards. Enriched iron. 8 chemical plants. Gonna need water and acid and ore. Here we go. Enriched iron, yeah, that's the one. They do output dirty water, which we can recycle to make more raw materials, like more iron, but my preference is to just get rid of it. What I will do, because we've got the mod, is start the new layout. So instead of doing what we've done before, we'll flip every other recipe so we can join things together neater. Let's not do that though. Let's bring them back. They can join like that. They can join like that. Make we can make the acid down here. Do I want a tank? Kind of. We really don't need one, but I kind of do. There. So we need water, which we don't have anywhere near here, right? Over here? Got over here. Probably not using enough to worry about. I might just take off that tank. There's no lines running anywhere else. They're being drawn from... I don't even know, over here? Oh, okay. We could pull our own line down, though that would be a bit messy, I suppose, so I'd rather... There's 3 lines being pulled there already. We're not going to use that much, are we? 3.5 thousand. 0.06 of a machine, yeah. It's going to be fine. We'll pull off that tank. If it reaches over here, then that'll be fine. We'll run with that. Why is that? Should be sulfuric acid. Actually, because we need water there and there. Might like to get a fresh pump. I would, yeah, we'll get a fresh pump to here then. If there's 3 already, let's go deal with it now. Goes to there. Can I? Yeah. Run up from here. Be easier on the ground actually. Flying's faster but harder to control where I'm going. Down the middle's the best first choice. We're going to meet some others when we come down the other end where we're going to need to align with. Or the coil. And then what have we got? Just 1? Oh, interesting. So the others are going northbound and spreading around up here. Okay, bit of a mess. Be nice to tidy that up. I might actually add a water fill recipe, water fill mod, which I was like on the fence with before, but yeah, this is... I'm going to go the other way around. Going to go to there and then, yeah, we're going to go the other way around. When it comes to tidying them up, when we start retrofitting some of these squares, the water's going to get in the way, and it would be a lot easier to have a water fill mod to just make the holes where we want them. You know, cheating, but I'm perfectly fine with it. So that bit we're actually going to keep into between the rail lines, and then we'll head the other direction. There, and then we're going that way. There, there. Then I'm going to be able to turn in the middle, so we'll go between those lines. Which is, I think, there. Yep, there we go. Water's just there, so a bit further up. Interesting. It's a missing signal there, but... Oh, and there. Weird. Something weird going on, but never mind. Not a big deal. A few signals wrong here and there isn't going to make any difference, really. Water's there, so we could connect there, yeah, let's put a... Let's bring the power poles over, then we can put the pump in a sensible location for them. Those are pretty nice. Those are missing bit of landfill, never mind. So there would be good. that's joined. Yeah, that's good. That is pumping, water is flowing. Checking that tank at the other end that it's arriving okay. It is, good. So we need to get iron plate into there, which we're going to do with a furnace around here somewhere. I mean, there, it's not particularly neat, but it'll do, I think. Ore, and then into there. Is one enough? I did, yeah. So these need ore in. Check the numbers on this. 9 ore per 3 seconds. So 3 ore per second. Okay, that inserter's not going to be enough. And the output is 9 out as well. So 3 in and 3 out every second. So we can't have like 2 inserters in, 2 out. We can use long handle, but there's so many pipes and stuff. Can have some long handle in some places, but not easily. So I think loaders is the answer, which not hugely happy with that, but okay. In the left ones and out the right ones. Also not really going to work very well, but we'll see. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Out next to them, on the middle. Just do it right over here and then copy paste it. That needs to go under. Then that can go in. And then they're going that way. But we've run out of space, so all this needs to move down. Annoying. There we go. They'll go there. Move down the water connection. That's at maximum length at the moment, so like so. So everything's in the grid. It's fine. So they're going to hit where the pole is. So move them up one arbitrarily, I guess. That's fine. Like that. Yeah, it's fine. Copy that along. And then that's the last enriched out. And this could be. We could use the enriched to make the plates there. That's unnecessary. Yeah, completely unnecessary. So let's just do normal. Bigger power pole, and then the iron ore that continues through all of them will go to there, make the sulfuric acid. Just need the sulfur as well. Good point. So sulfur. Whatever they're called, blocks. Vulcanite blocks and stone. Stone, sulfur, vulcanite block. That makes sense. So do I want to come up and then across in line with the end of there? We'll just go across and then up, I think. Yeah, go across here. Tell you what, before we go plug that in and sort that train station out, I will just take a short break for the first time today. We are 2.5 hours into the session, so it's about time I took a little one, stretch the legs, you know, stay a bit healthy. Curtains could do with closing, it has suddenly gotten pretty dark, and all those usual bits and pieces. I'll just be 5 minutes, like I say, and then when I'm back we will plug in the inputs into this system, and it will magically start making iron ingots for us, put them onto the rail network, and that's 2 of the elements of the science pack, sorted, and we can start looking at what the next ones are and how we're going to address them when we reach that point. But from the time of things now, it looks like we're going to have time to start another one during this session, which is exciting. If there's not something fundamentally broken with what I've just done here. So we'll check in on that after a short 5-minute break. I will see you guys shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from my break. Let's get this plugged in, and I'm excited to see these machines working. At least, you know, on the small scale. We'll see about the big scale at some point in the future. Do you still want to do like everything molten, but that's a long-term goal. I'm sure we can get there eventually, although, you know, I've said a few times recently, I just don't think the play style that this combination of mods ends up in is really my cup of tea. It's things that are not well balanced, and the pacing is not particularly what I want. And it's not, you know, I don't think it's a flaw or anything. I think it's bashing two mods together that people have done a great job of trying to combine neatly, but ultimately maybe one of the mods on its own would have been more enjoyable. But at this point I don't want to scale, having started with both of them, I don't want to scale back to just one of them. Just that, I guess, I would recommend to anyone else thinking of playing these mods, do one at a time and then do both of them if you still want to. We're going to need a couple extra warehouses before we can sort everything out. So the stuff that's coming in is everything's not really added together nicely. It is there. Like, yeah, one belt of each is like way more than enough, so that's nothing to worry about. We don't need to do balancing or anything like that. Just the two that are unloaded, and then, of course, those ones that side. So we've, not two, sorry, three. Three things. Necrod, hello, nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Having a good day and everything. What order do I want these in? Sulfur, then blocks, then stone. No? Yes. Sulfur, then blocks, then stone. Sulfur. Vulcanite block. Stone. There we go. Yep. Good. Good. Glad to hear it. How's there? We're all good around here. But it's been snowing suddenly. I noticed when I went round to close the curtains just now, which bit of a weird, I don't know, it's not snowed in ages and suddenly, not a lot, but enough to be interesting. Don't know what's going on there. Which probably means it's going to be cold for a few days, which, yeah, don't want that. I would like to turn the heating off soon because it's getting bloody expensive. Doesn't look like that's going to be an option. Then no, one further over. Okay. Kind of. They're going there, they're going there. None of the splitters are feeding into things by accident. So that should be good. We're making one belt of each. Last one's going to be a bit different. That. Join up the gaps. Get those 2 missing warehouses. Not terribly critical immediately, but no, I'd rather do that before we plug it in. Let's connect the belts up, get the warehouses, then configure everything. Get those deliveries started. One there. Good. Plugged in. Let's go get extra warehouses then. Some stone I can throw away. That's about it from the looks of it. I'll get rid of that fuel. Got the proper stuff now. Wood, sure. She might put here the surplus centrifuge, keep that safe. And crusher. And casting machine, the other stuff we're making. So that's all fine. Warehouses all the way up. We should restock on other stuff actually because we're quite low. A few bits and pieces. That's rail. That's warehouses. Perfect. Don't think we need any more of those things, just belt and stuff really. I don't know, we're kind of done, so maybe we don't. Let's take some just in case. And a few power poles. We'll see. Although, yeah. We'll have to work out what we're doing next before we'll know what we need. Some housekeeping might be in order before we move on to the next thing, actually, thinking about it. Going to that moon where the meteor hit and fixing that problem. Probably a good idea. Where are we heading? Up one. And a constant combinator there. Get the wires out. Get this all in. Good. And then pick up the train settings. This is going to be a requester. We're going to want sulfur. 8,000 I think we usually go with. Blocks, don't know what they stack in. Didn't check. Where are they? Stacking 200s. So we would end up requesting quite a lot by a normal standards, so might doesn't really matter. We've said before actually they'll bring a train full no matter what. Though if there isn't a train full available, we should request less, I guess. Is there a problem here? No. No, it looks to actually be working very well now. The amount coming out this side is pretty good. Manageable. Nice. And they're all cleared out and we're actually getting deliveries again. Cool stuff. I think I will a smaller number so it doesn't keep bringing more over when we're quite low on it, so we'll just go with 8,000 on that as well. The final thing needed was stone. We'll go with 8,000 on that as well. That'll be fine. So that's going to start deliveries. There's the sulfur in the sulfur coloured train. So we're just going to walk this working, but first I need to plug in some iron, which We have a right mess here at the moment. No big deal, but how am I going to do this? We could do with putting the proper 8-lane balancer in instead of this mess from before when we were like playing around with stuff. Although it's not 8 lanes, is it? So that's pointless. I think what I do is take a split down here, basically. We can prioritise left to keep this filled regardless, and then we'll just make less iron plate for a while. Not a big deal. I'll just split it like that though, there we go. Under there. Feed in. Didn't really want to do that, but never mind. That's fine. A couple more deliveries need to arrive, obviously, but for now, as long as some of the iron reaches over here, it will make the acid. We will make some enriched iron. Fun. The colour is matched to what's going on. Oh, I'm a fool though. Dirty water is not got an output. Really forgot about that. They just need joining really, and putting in a tank and flaring, I hope, will work fine. Just one should be enough. There we goes. Number's not going down, so let's just for the safety of it, that won't fit there. Add some extras, just to make sure it gets flared off properly. In fact, we know there's not an issue because they're not even running. The second one now is okay, so yeah, we'll keep them just in case, whatever. That is making iron, which is therefore making sulfuric acid, yes. These are being made, and we're even backing up a bit now. These are getting the blocks, so we're just waiting on a stone delivery, which has just arrived. There's a complaint from the system that there's not enough vulcanite blocks to supply the demand here, which isn't surprising because of the rate we're making them at. You know, they'll bring them when they're made, and then eventually the system will back up enough to remove the problem, but it'll take a while because they're not being made quick. Here comes the stone. Stone becomes sand. This makes pyroflux. Yes. This has enriched iron and pyroflux. They're switching on gradually. Cool. Interesting that the top row switches on before the next row down. Just the way the fluid moves. Interesting. Don't think it really matters to us. But that's running, or has run, a cycle. Yeah, there's molten iron over here, quite a bit actually, that's not too slow. And these are turning molten iron into ingots. And it is making it through, there's not enough of it to get far. Doubt it will need a pump, we just need more of it. Oh, there's some ingots. Cool. Again, it's going to take a while to get there, but then they'll be there. We need to work out how they're going to get into orbit, but that's a much later problem, I think. Although, yeah, some housekeeping in a second there is. Before I forget, in orbit, we have been making platform, and it's just kind of sat here, so I want to build it out where we can, if we can. Northbound, we can fit quite a lot, so I kind of want it to be that tall. There. Should be fine. I don't want to build it all the way over. Not sure if we'll be able to, but if they end up needing more materials to make enough of the platform to do this, then we're not currently delivering them, I don't think. We might be, actually. Might have switched it back on. There we go. They can gradually build that over time, I suppose. It's just one thing to, to make the space to start doing more in orbit when we start doing more in orbit. Yeah, these are fine. These are getting molten iron. The tank, I think, is required to make that happen, because it's pretty full. Oh yeah, you can't see. It's about 8,000 in the tank, which isn't making it down. Pumps would help with that, but I don't think it's necessary. Just letting it build up will flush it through eventually. They're good. The pyroflux is not backing up, so that's... I mean, it'll happen eventually, I suppose. It's running, that's the important thing. It's running. Things are, yeah, just the imbalance of the numbers, I guess. Rounding up and stuff like that, but... everything should be fine on the belts it's on, everything should be good, I think we're cool. We might not have much, but we have iron ingots being made, so that's like number 2 on the list. Done. We may need to check in on things, to make sure they continue being done, but pretty good. If we're setting a next target, some of these I don't really know about, so I want to look at. Plasma stream. Lithium, okay. Machine learning. Yeah, I remember. Polished substrate. So chemical gel we'll be doing anyway. And that's all fine. So yeah, that's not... it's awkward, but not completely crazy. I mean, chemical gel we need to know how to make. Cosmic water and petrol. So we're going to send petrol up and combine it with our cosmic water. Sure. Yeah. Not getting stressed about that yet. Productivity module we can just make down here and send up. It's not complicated at all. It's really... this is what I mean about like the balance being off, really. Like... green circuits, electronic components and glass are not commensurate with what's needed to make machine learning data. It's just weird to have them both required. Uranium's going to be the option, really. The next, like, it's the easy option, the next easiest thing. If we want... something appears to be broken there. Let's go in. Uranium processing in a centrifuge. Yeah. Yeah, 11 centrifuges, that's more like it. Makes iron ore, how weird. Why? It's just another mess to get rid of. And the stone. How weird. Uranium in 235, so we'll need to do another... oh, I don't think we can do enrichment yet. So we'll need to do a lot of crushing of the I know the 238 is what we want. So I guess we'll be crushing the 235. I don't want to do nuclear power until we can enrich. I don't think. No, it's too... Nah. Very unhappy with that. But that, you know, it's simple. To get the 238 connected to the network is simple. We just mine a bunch up. Bunch of ore. Centrifuge it. Crush off the 235. Which will make people unhappy, so maybe we just store it. And then the 238 is available, so... You know, for this thing, it's not such a big deal. We'll need 14 drills. No problem. And the sulfuric acid isn't terrible to make locally, just deliver the parts in to do it. Okay, it's not terrible, but yeah. The same things that have stressed me in recent episodes, like looking at this, is just... I can't see myself having fun getting there. It could be the kind of thing that just burns me out, is we get the production science back and then I'm done kind of feeling. We'll see, you know, but it's just not... It's not really clicking with my playstyle. For the time being, let's go fix what happened on Everdome. We need to get some greenhouses and head over there. We can clear out our inventory and then make that trip pretty easy, can't we? We need them or them or them. We'll take a look and see what we need actually. Could be fine. All vaguely worth keeping. Not to orbit, they're dealing with that. Let's look here. So some repair kits would be nice to make. Other than that, I don't think anything got broken. Just the 2 greenhouses, everything else is just damaged. A few bits of belt pretty close. Couple bits of belt, okay. They all switched on at the same time, so they all fire at the same time. Bam. It's very cool. We've got belt there, we've got greenhouses there. Alright, we've got everything we need. Just some repair packs. Make some repair packs before we go. And... what's the problem with this? No steel, so we just need to split it and send it down, which needs... stuff that we've got there. So yeah, just make some repair packs and we can make that journey. So I need some stone, iron plate, and copper plate, which are all coming from here. Stone, copper, iron. Makes 10, that's probably not enough. More stone. More of each. It's pretty full. It's very full. And this one, I guess, is very empty. Yeah. Don't like that. Well, our entire system, I think, is not particularly good. Quite flawed. It's interesting stuff. It'd be kind of nice to start from scratch, actually. Thinking about it, it would be. I'm not happy about like the video content series not finishing in like a victory or something. Just like kind of stopping because I want to start again wouldn't be as happy with that. But you know, we can. Okay, I've got the repair packs. Make some more. There we go. That's fine. Whatever. We've got a problem with the barrels here. The ones returned from orbit are not being refilled quick enough. And I've backlogged the landing pad, which will cause issues, so we kind of need to be crushing them. Which was my preference all along, really. So not even try and reuse them, just crush them. Put a crusher here, we can just use that temporarily to do some of them. do that. Where are they? They're coming down there, so we'll do that here. Somehow. Bit there. I don't have any kit on me, do I? There might be better. Yeah. We just need an inserter. Which luckily we make here. Helpful. And then I'm going to wire that up to the belt beyond it. She's going to do reading on hold, so that will be enabled if number of barrels is greater than 7. So if this belt afterwards gets backed up, then he'll just start crushing them just to keep them moving. That's fine. What I do therefore want to do here is find out why this isn't... no capsules. Nope. Okay. Switch it off automatic launch again. It shouldn't have, I've not been feeding materials in, so it shouldn't have been launching. My bad. It's not going to be returning the capsules because this landing pad is full, I guess. To check orbit. Over here. 1, 2. There should be another capsule somewhere. 1 loaded. There's 2 there, and there's 1 down there. So this network has got 4 in, which means it's giving this guy the green light. So he's okay to launch. He just can't land safely, or doesn't know he can. So I'm going to force launch him. Which will, yeah, because it is safe. That stuff got fed okay. That's as it should be. This is ready. Though it's loading cargo rocket sections, I guess there's no longer enough in orbit to do a return, but I don't want them for the journey I'm making. So I'm just going to turn him around for a bit so he doesn't do that. Can do it when I get back. Do we just second rocket silo that is launchable for me to make journeys with? No big deal. We're going to have a dome landing pad. Launch is disabled. Wasn't fueled. Okay, now we're fueled. Away we go. I think. Always a bit concerned about launching and just generally seems like I shouldn't. Forgotten something. Okay, let's just organise that. Might want to bring some of them home, maybe. We might be able to. Some will get damaged, I think. Anyway, I need greenhouses, a belt, underground splitters, possibly inserters. Just grab all them. Baby power poles. First thing I want to do is come and repair the damage. It's functional again as well. Good. Actual meteors themselves aren't even here, which is weird. But okay. That's done. Yeah, good. Now I just need to connect steel for these guys, which could probably just go on the inside of that belt. Probably. Or long-handled enough. Yeah, let's go with long-handled from there, or Now let's share the belt. Could go there. Yeah. So that needs splitting there. So that needs to go under like that. That's awkward. Just move that back to there. Send that under. Yeah, it's gonna run for a while. It's going to start making ammunition. So we have the meteor defense ammo. And yeah, get spread around a bit, that's fine. It'll back up pretty quickly because I won't be firing often. There you go, we've now got a meteor defense that is not complaining and is ready to fire. So we should now be protected going forward. Much better. It's pretty interesting here how much it's firing and how quick. Kind of getting it consumed at the other end faster than we're making it. Which should happen actually, I think, because we're short like 2 drills on the plan or something like that. Could connect more in, but nah. Okay, leaving behind stuff. Again, coal can live with coal. That's whatever. Pretty sure I can take my trash slots safely. And then we're just going to emergency burn back. Don't have the fuel to do anything else. And don't really mind. 50% of inventory items stored in the capsule will be safe, so keep that safe. Then fill in with those things. Keep the rest of them there. Emergency burn back. All good. Ah, V, hello. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. How is your cold doing? Are you still suffering? That's fine. Capsule can go back in there. He can go back to doing what he was supposed to be doing. On the ups, that's good. Bit sniffly. Oh, I can't sing, that's a shame. Almost gone. Well, good. Be gone in a day or two then, won't it? You'll be feeling better. What I do want to do is take the contents of here and send them up to, if we can. Or just re-enable the way the system's supposed to function after. Keep some of that for myself. That one's tidied up. And then these guys can go back to actually loading what they're supposed to load. And this guy could go back to launch on green signal. Which it just had, I guess, and off it goes. Sure. Good. That's fine. That's tidied up what happened on the moon, and it's now sorted, protected. Whatever that was, the 6th or 7th journey to the moon I wanted to go to once. But, you know, learning. that's back enabled and sorting itself out. So yeah, the next thing to do is to pick something from the requirements for the production science pack and start working on it. Which is, yeah, it's going to be uranium. That's the next easiest one, so let's do it. We need to grab stuff, and especially drills. So power poles, drills, pulverizers, no, but some crushers. We should have set up crusher production, or I should edit the mod so pulverizers can destroy things. One or the other. Or add another mod that has a simpler void mechanism. It's them. I'll want more warehouses maybe, just in case. I'll actually want to find where we're going to mine uranium from. I'm just assuming we've got one in a square somewhere, but that might not be the case. We might need to make another square. Interesting. We're going to need a chemical plant to make the sulfuric acid, amongst other things. Whiteo, hello. Lovely to see you. Welcome in, Whiteo. Welcome in, Raiders. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good one. What were you up to? More Factorio as well. Good, good. Are we winning? Kind of. Very, very slowly and in a torturous way that makes me want to quit. But you know, progressing gradually. Can show you some things we've done today and how it's going, but you know, I still have the same problems with the mod I've had for a while now. It's not clicking with me in the way I'd like, but you know, not bad. We just building stuff. Yeah, nice to see everyone. Hope you've all had a good stream with Whiteo before. There's more Factorio here. Do hang out and do more Factorio if you want. Playing your K2SE world, fair enough. How far am I? I'm working on production science pack. So we've got a planet connected, some stuff in orbit, and quite a mess down on the ground now. But I've got vulcanite hooked up. That's kind of the thing we've just done. So this moon, we're mining it and shooting it back home. And then back home, down here somewhere. This one? No, this one. We're receiving it and enriching, turning it into blocks and providing it, which is like what we've done today so far, is get that provided, and then a small amount of my iron I'm just siphoned off and it's being molten and cast into ingots. So not all of it, we don't have enough vulcanite to do that, but enough for some production science packs. So the iron ingot and the vulcanite block required for that are, you know, they exist, we have them. So we've just got a whole bunch of other stuff to add to that pile. Just got requester chest unlocked. Cool. Gridding up now is making you more. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. We've got quite a few. I don't know, like in the middle ground. At the mall I've got here. I say here. Don't know where. Next to me here. Could do with some things adding, some things upgrading, and what have you. And I quite like to change to blue belt and so on. So there's quite a bit of work to be done back here as well. But before doing that, I'd like to unlock some of the immediate research we've got available. Like express loaders, the next tier of mining drill, that kind of thing, which it's hard to tell when to start. I like working in big chunks of progress, and that just doesn't work with I don't know if it's SE or if it's both mods together. I think it's both together. It just doesn't... You can't do big chunks of progress. You need to do tiny little chunks of progress. Which I'm trying to adapt to that. And they're still very interested in everything that you can learn from these mods. They're obviously like really cool, really well done. But we might be at the limit of what my patience can take on something that's designed to function in a way that I don't play with very well. Well, keep going and keep learning, but we shall see. The next thing on the agenda is the uranium 238 that's needed for these packs. So I'm not mining any uranium at the moment, so we need to set that up. Which, I guess that patch there would do the job. It's the only one that's kind of close to our grid. There's a tiny bit there, which might do the job, but that square's in use. Bigger one up there that doesn't line up very well at all. Can do big chunks, but it hinders your progress. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to like nibble at bits that keep you moving forward, but yeah, not my style. I think that's pretty much our only option. Which isn't the end of the world. Don't really need to build the square in. Could just mine it and send it. But I think I will build it in anyway. So we're going to need a ton of landfill. It's going to be most important. And then we'll build that square in. Let's do that then. Let me dump inventory. Okay. And we'll do a big landfill run. I think the individual elements I'm still having a lot of fun with. It's just how it's pieced together that doesn't click. I dumped all my fuel. That was done. We got a source of fuel here somewhere. Just call a train over. Left a random chest there at some point in the past. Alright. I'll use a barrel of petroleum as fuel. I don't think I can use wood either. Vaguely remember leaving a locomotive over here. That might have some fuel in. Yep. That'll get us moving again. The rest of the fuel on the way past. We've got enough. And then south a bit. Right? Yes. So we're going to be building that square, so we want to be in line with there. Somewhere around here. I need a bit of water to make the sulfuric acid, so might like to leave a little square of it, or we'll square that off and use that. Keep him safe for a bit. Although you can, if the pump is down, you can landfill the water and it will keep working. You just won't be able to replace it if you pick it up again. No, I haven't looked for cryonite because we are so far from making production science packs. Once they're done, I imagine setting up the utility packs will be a bit quicker because there'll be overlap. Although we'll need to overproduce for that to work, but you know, it looked simpler to add it on. But there's no point in like trying to go and get cryonite now because we're like dozens of hours from being able to do anything with it. I think. I guess it might depend just how messy I'm willing to do things. Run out. Ah, well, got those ones. There's some elements of it that I think are going to be quite quick because the quantities required are small. Not entirely sure on that yet. Trying to look at one thing at a time so I don't get overwhelmed. There's a little pool we can use. That looks like all of it. Should be good. So keep that safe there. Go grab my inventory back and we'll come. Grab a few extra bits of rail related things, build it in. The uranium's not going to be that difficult. Just need to make sure it flows. The productivity modules didn't seem like difficult at all. They seemed kind of out of place. But the plasma and the machine learning is going to be a lot of extra work. Rail stuff. Might not be enough. Go find that random chest I left down here. Next one west, I think. Yeah, it's got the stuff I need. It's only two sides of the square we need to do. Might not have enough, but we can see how it goes. So what I'm thinking, so plasma stream for example, 10 plasma generators. Chemical gel. 0.4 of it. Yeah, that's... Don't know. Not worth worrying about yet, like I say, but if we build very messy, then we can build quite small. This is 050 south. Rocks are kind of in the way. we? Oh, 50. West. Although we're really not going to need that. Unless we do something else in the square, I guess there's space here for something. Just mine uranium in the south. Do something else in the north and northeast. Be okay. Although we need, I guess, 2 outputs of uranium. We need the 238 for these packs. We need both of them to eventually make uranium fuel cells. As we make them here. 50 north. Do lucky. No worries, Wido. Have a good lucky. Oh, I've run out of my bombs. Okay. Everything else looking kind of okay. We can... No, run out of signals as well. Place out what we can up here, then go get more power poles and signals. Just the regular signals. Yeah. Robots want to charge. Off we go. What a stone we picked up too. Dump off the stone to get destroyed. Grab power pole should be just here. Get a whole bunch, and then signals up north a bit. Somewhere. There they are. Finish off building this square, then get the drills connected onto that uranium. Gonna need some crushers. Which I'm gonna need to pick stuff up to make. I guess we need one crusher, I guess, unless I do... It should take a long time for just drilling uranium to fill a warehouse with 235. So I might just do that. It will eventually backlog and stop, which I don't like, but we might get far enough before that happens that it doesn't really matter. Just got to fill in the missing poles and signals and stuff, I guess. Looks good from here. Okay, there's a square built in. Part of the grid. Let's come down to the uranium, which looks pretty rich, just it's not very big. Fine. Get the power poles covering it. Gonna have to align it like we did the rare metals, so the requirement to get the fluid into the drill means they can't sit where I normally put them. On them offset so we can get the fluid in. How did I do that? Over here. Just offset them by one. Ran the pipes down. Yeah, fine. So they're going to be there. We're definitely going to get enough on this patch for, you know, the minimum we need. And I did say it earlier, but to mention it again, usually with these mods, when you come near uranium or you hold a uranium item, you take radiation damage, which you will notice I'm not taking, and that is because I'm cheating. There is a console command to disable it, and I don't like it, so I disabled it. Otherwise, you know, all you'd have to do is hover around the edge and let your robots do the building. It's not a massive difficulty or complexity or anything, just annoying, really. We'd put one there, don't really want to. That's fine. We'll do these rows here. 3, 4, 5. Annoying number, but okay. And then that one on the end. This is the uranium ore we're making. So yeah, it's 0.2 a belt in total, so they can all come onto one belt, ultimately. Really? Ah, no. That's if I only did the 14 we need. I've done 62. So only 4.5 times, 4.4 times a quarter of a belt. So yeah, 1 and a bit belts. That makes a bit more sense. In which case, it's about 40 drills to a belt. Those 3 could go together, sure. And the next 3 together as well. Which might do that a bit different. Put that there. Those joined up back here. Yeah, it's better. Then we've got 2 lines coming out this end of uranium ore. Then we need 11 centrifuges. Didn't think of that in advance. So I need to make 11 centrifuges and some crushers. Don't know how many, but some. And we need to set up the sulfuric acid, which is fine. We'll do that up here. We can start that. Get our heads around where it's going to sit and everything. We'll need sulfur and iron plates delivering probably to the eastern station. Run them down, run the water down. Yeah, that will look good. So, chemical plant. They're all there, so like up in this corner. Put it into a tank. Let's run the lines as well. They do feed through because we saw that in the other patch, so we can just plug them all into each other and the acid will make it down to the end. You know, as long as we make enough acid, which one machine will make plenty, I'm sure. Could connect them up, but I don't think that's the way to go. We'll bring all the lines together. Like that, and then join them up. Lines up pretty good. Plug that straight into there. Cool. That's going to make the acid. Sure. So he needs an inserter for the iron, inserter for the sulfur, which we're going to come across instead. Yeah. Although a tank for the water too, I guess. Doesn't need a tank, but why not? They're going to come from that direction. Not far from the egg junction. So they will be there-ish. Or they'll be able to be there. Water. It's going to go into there. Just to find where that little pool is that we left. There we go. Do I still have a pump? No. Oops. Should be there. And then we'll need power to the pump. Which can go there, that's fine. Okay, that's, yeah, good. Finish that off for neatness around there. That'll make that, that'll feed that, they'll go that way to the centrifuges. Keep running these up. Get the rocks out of the way. Oh, I've gone too far. I have gone too far. Oops. Train station's around here, so let's get that put into place. Starts there. That's 2, that's 4. That'll be all 8. You just need to cut that back a bit and combine everything. 2 things are being unloaded, aren't they? Is sulfur and iron plates, doesn't matter which way round. It's only going to be 1 line of each, I hope. Sulfur, iron plates. That doesn't matter. Yeah, even less than 1 line, much less than 1 line. Okay. Ideally I'll line them up with there immediately, but I don't think that's going to be an option. Sulfur's going to be there. Iron can be there. Kind of, but not really. Can be there. Goes under one and then they join there. So that'll go straight, but then that's fine. That should copy down. If the end one being different. Fine, let's get that configured, might as well. While we're up here, get the cables connected. And constant combinator? No. No, okay. Can I make one? I can. Handy. Y for that as well. And then configure that. As a requester. For 8,000, and plate we usually go for 16. Tons of it available anyway. That'll be fine. It's got the water, got the ingredients needed to make the acid. The acid will kick the miners into action. We can go get the bits we need for the next stage. 11 centrifuges. And some crushers. Centrifuge needs the motors and the concrete, yep, I remember. Head north and grab all them. I think, did we have I think we had one left over from last time. Yeah, we did. Got some junk in here to get rid of. That'll do. So if I want to make 10 more centrifuges, I need 200 motors and 1,000 concrete. Where are they? Concrete's there. Motors are here. I got a warning from LTN that something was left with cargo. So it went to deliver it somewhere and wasn't able to unload it successfully within 2 minutes, which I saw a warehouse where that might have happened earlier, one that's too full. So it means that there's a train sat here, yeah, that's got something in a wagon that it's going to feed into the wrong warehouse later. But there's not much we can do about that. Because we don't have a good way of ensuring things load and unload evenly. Or load they will naturally, but unload. Problem is where they're all pushing together and then carrying on. It just doesn't happen evenly, and one warehouse ends up more empty, like that one, than the others. I don't have an answer to at the moment. There we go. It's a problem. And will continue to be a problem. Okay, heat shielding I need 200. Resisting units we need 200. And steel plates, we need 500. 10 centrifuges, very nice. And then to make just a few crushers, I need just iron and copper. Where are they coming in? Put some iron there, some copper there. 4, probably enough for now. Yeah. Like I say, unless we do just set up the storage for it. We'll do that and add crushers, we'll do the whole picture. So there's going to be a train station here, let's put that into place while we're waiting for it. Although it looks like they're done already. Centrifuges. Still. This one's going to be... never remember the numbers. This is going to be for uranium 238. Didn't get a constant combinator either. Can I make one? No. Damn. Never mind. Deal with that in a second. It's going to be that station. Some belt will run along there, so ideally the output of the centrifuges is going to come down here. Got no enrichment or anything, so it's a pretty simple process. All goes in, 2 things come out, we filter them. One of them comes here and the other one goes over there. Maybe the other way around. No, that's fine, that's good. Yeah, that will be fine. So 11. Horrible number. What? Undo. They started here. They go too far, ready to join there. Could be okay still. We'll see. Or down. About a blueprint for the poles. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I should copy paste more. Get into the habit of doing it. It's not a bad idea to just have a blueprint that is like a whatever 10 by 10 grid of poles. We could have, when we originally designed the blueprint for the square for the rail, we could have added poles in the entire centre so that they were all built in at the start. It would have taken a lot of poles every time, but could have been done. Got 2 belts here, or 1 and a bit belts. That's very awkward. Although this is only enough centrifuges to make what we need for this research. It's not enough to process all of this uranium. So for now, I'm happy to just join them and use one line. Like until we come and expand here. I'm not... Or should we just do it now? I'll need to make more... We should probably do it now. I'll need to make more centrifuges, but it's probably be better. So it's 62 machines. What's this for? Oh, if I wanted to do that, just get rid of that. We're making... Say we make 238 from processing. Yeah, that way around. Forgotten the number already. 62. There you go. So we're making 180 uranium, 238 per minute. We'd need 46 centrifuges. Why not? Let's do it. So I need another 35. Yeah, why not? Process all the uranium that's there and have it available for something next. Do some nuclear power at some point. But I did say I'd rather be doing enrichment before we do that. So I'm going to need 35 times all the stuff. 35 20s is 700. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700. 3500s is 3500, which we don't have there. We'll get soon. 700 processing units, 700 heat shielding. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700. And then a whole bunch of steel that I'm not going to fit my inventory. 3500, 15 something. Let's make the 20 that we can, so I want 15 more. And 1500 concrete. Math. Need another 100. There we go. Good. They're made relatively quick. They'll probably be done by the time we get back where we need to be. Down one. Confused as to why there was water here. Okay, so they're not going to be there. Probably go the other way around. So 46 is 4. No, doesn't divide by anything nice, does it? 11.5 4s. 23 2s. That's not a bad idea. 2 rows of 23. Don't worry about where that goes in yet. Worry about where this comes out. We're going to want a line in there and then a line that goes off. Let's get this sorted. Where did I do it properly? Over here? Yeah. That'll be there, so we could run a line there to head westbound to the west station. Or probably run it there and then cut it down afterwards to go around. That's fine. There and there. So I want the machines to end there. Do one more. Nah, let's go in there. Uh, 23 in each row. What's that? That's 24. Okay, good going. Bit. That's fine. Doesn't matter how it looks, really. Those two should be there. Then I want to work out how we organise all this. So that's... yeah, that's the recipe we're doing. Should have put in before I copied. Always forget that as well. Or in, and 4 different outputs come out. They are 0.1 of about, a fraction of about 0.025. So everything can come out onto a belt and be filtered at the end. That's fine with me. How much per... so every 15 seconds it's very little. So yeah, inserters will do the job just fine. And the input, yeah. So the ores are going to come down, yeah. So I can copy that. Looks fine. And the easiest way to filter this will be through splitters, especially as it's not using up an entire belt's worth of anything. So we'll deal with that down the end in a second. Just need to run both of these lines up in order to come back down. Don't have enough belt on me, but we'll blueprint it for now. That one, plug into there. One further up. Then the other one over the other side. Did put a splitter here, right? Yeah. Just for visibility, I might move that to the top end there. Spread it evenly between the two sides, and then down here. Some space here, not a lot. I think we'll go up here for the crushing. So we need one of the belts to come out, which is fine. And then down here we're going to send uranium-238 to the left. Before we get to that point, split stone to the right. And before we get to that point, split iron ore to the right. Which, could do that differently, couldn't I? Create a bigger gap between them. Yeah. That in theory is going down and into there, but if we put splitter back here, sending iron ore to the right, and that can run that way. And then one there, sending stone to the right. Can run like that, which isn't different to putting that there. Oops. Stone to the right, there we go. Good. So the iron ore, I expect one crusher will do fine. Put it there. Stone is going to need one for the stone and then one for the sand. That's not ideal. That's fine, really. It's going to run into there. Then that's going to go out and in again. Should we do what we did with the other one? Probably should. So the sand output goes into a assembly machine, which I'll need to go get one. But I can ghost in this mode. Yep. Go there. And then, yeah, this is fine. Take that one out. Use an inserter. You just put a bigger power pole there. The finished landfill can go into that one. That's fine. And then what should be left, the only thing that should be left is 235, which carries on this way. Go along, down, and then along, all the way round to the next train station, which when this backs up, it'll be a lot on the belt. So all the more reason not to suffer radiation damage for how much I'm going to leave lying around everywhere. It is a messy layout. I'm not entirely happy with our train grid. Not sure if I've said that before, but I think it's maybe too big. Should have gone with smaller trains and smaller squares. Build this in so we know what else I need to pick up beyond just the belt. Probably be other things. It's there, and I can just copy all of that, I think. Put it in the right place. Looks fine. Just need to factor in that something's missing. Interesting. Should be another splitter there. And then we want to run that line there instead. Lucky I didn't build it. It's quicker to get rid of the blueprint. There we go. Run out loaders as well. Okay. Belt, loaders, and constant combinators. And just going to check that splitter down here, whether I split it further away or something. Nope, it is missing one. There. It's fine. Something. Why are they not mining? Let's check that in case I need to bring something to make them mine. Why are they not mining? They're not getting sulfuric acid because they're not getting water. Because I didn't bring a pump over. Good that I checked. Belt, loaders, constant combinators, and offshore pump. Pump the rubbish stone there. Actually a bit short on some other things too while we're here. Lots of belt. Puncture loaders. Constant combinator offshore pump. This should just be over here. Good to be able to get everything working now. Fingers crossed. Let's do the pump for the water. That should go there. That should make acid, which it is. Which should cause uranium to appear, which it is. Good start. Get the robots building these belts. That should now work. That should start separating. Need an assembly machine. I did forget something. Pieces are kind of around here, but I think it'll be just as easy to go get a stack of them. Fly back. I know the robots have now ended up orphaned, but we'll meet them on the way back. Machines are over here. Robots are here. Very upset about being left alone. Very upset. Need a bigger charge. Last one. Good, we can fly on. We are centrifuging. Things are being separated. Good. Let's get the belt built in, and then by the time we're done that, we should be able to see more flowing through and see everything going. Sure everything's going in the right direction then. I also need to configure the stations, of course. Robots? No? Ah, there you go. Sometimes they act weird. Okay. Constant combinator needed there. Get the wires done. Ooh, I've already done those. Okay. It's connected. Configure this. Trains. And it's a provider of uranium-235, if any makes its way over here gradually. And this stop also needs constant combinator and wire. And kept the same config. Okay. Should have some other than, yeah, there's not coming through very quickly yet, but fine. I'll make 238 available, all being well. For what's happening at the moment, these crushers seem perfectly capable. Do need to set the recipe here, of course. Turn the sand into landfill. Crush the landfill. Very quick and efficient way of just getting rid of it, compared to trying to crush the sand, especially. Okay. Sulfuric acid is building up in the tanks. So, is there enough? Requires 1 acid per operation, so yeah, plenty. Even at the end of the last rows and stuff, there's plenty of acid, so that's good. The uranium glows nicely in the dark and comes up, goes round. Spread quite evenly. Centrifuges are spinning slowly. Stuff is being dumped on the belt in the middle. Seems to be filtered just fine. Iron ore goes off, gets crushed. Goodbye. Stone. The dull looking uranium is the one we're after, is down here. It's little, though we're making very little. But it's, you know, matter of time for it to build up as we're not consuming it at a good rate. There, the glowing stuff goes on. Perfect. So until we can enrich, this is fine. When we can enrich, we'll come back and the output from this will go into another round of processing, which will create more of the glowing one and less of the dull one, if we ever need to. I would like to do some nuclear power at some point, just for the sake of doing it, because I never have, so it'd be interesting. I'm just going to delete those. Delete that, actually. And Vulcan? Shouldn't be called Vulcan, should be called Options Science Pack. Could remove these as well. Do we need... We might want to see the numbers in the future, but it's a bit confusing, so I'm going to trim it back, recreate it if we need to. There. So we've done iron ingots, we've done uranium-238, we've done vulcanite blocks. They're all available on the network, so all we need to do is set up a location that's got a rocket silo, deliver all those things to that location, put them in the rocket, and up it goes. Might even just take them up manually to do enough research to start progressing in some fashion, you know. In fact, taking things up and down manually could be one of the more efficient ways of getting things done. Wherever we bring them together to send them up, we can make the productivity modules there, because it's like nothing. Like it annoys me a great deal that it's included in these requirements, because it's very little and just a bunch of awkward stuff. So yes, that one will be the last one. We'll add it next to wherever we do the logistics. The plasma stream can only be made in space. We just need to make some plasma generators. But we do need to set up lithium production. So there's something. And then chemical gel production we need to do in space as well. Look at that when we do the stuff that needs doing in space. The machine learning data, electronic circuits are nothing. Blank data cards are something. We'll send up green circuits, red circuits. Need a space. You have to use a space manufactory to make that, okay. And supercomputers do that. We can polish with... Well, chemical gel requires cosmic water to make, so you might as well polish with cosmic water. It's simpler. Makes contaminated cosmic water that we need to do something with, because I'm willing to bet flare stacks can't be built in space. Yeah, they cannot. So Something has to be done with it. What can be done with it? Search for contaminated cosmic water usage. We could put it into the... So to make the cosmic water, we empty barrels of water and lubricant. We could put the contaminated cosmic water into those barrels and send them back home and destroy them down here. Or you go to a decontamination facility and it will reclaim cosmic water. That's worth doing, except where it causes a backlog. When it could cause a backlog, so that's a pain. It's manageable with a circuit network, just a bit confusing. But we'll make contaminated scrap, which again we could get rid of. Contaminated biosludge, which, okay, is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, you then decontaminate that to get more contaminated scrap and biosludge, which we're not currently using but is used in some things. Not anything I would say is useful. The inability to void in space annoys me a lot. Like a lot more than it should. Pretty much I'm inclined to just make a barreling system up there that takes anything annoying, barrels it up and sends it back here to be destroyed. Which is a whole like logistical thing I'd rather not be doing. Still. Okay, that's part of the picture. The rough thing is just iron, silicon and glass, which we'll send up, so we need to send up more of some things, but certainly iron plate, silicon, glass, copper, advanced circuits, basic circuits, petroleum, water and lubricant, then thermofluid. Need to provide cool thermofluid, which means performing the cooling function on some thermofluid. Oh, interesting. It's like a closed loop in the utility science pack. Maybe not the one we're making, but I don't know how it'll work. It kind of... the process heats it up and then you just need to cool it back down, so you might not need to constantly make thermofluid, you just need to put some into the system, which would be interesting. It's made with, so heavy oil also needs to go up, more chemical gel, and sulfur, and then productivity modules. So most of those things are available. I think we need to barrel heavy oil. That's not currently being done. Everything else is like on the network. We'll need a bunch of buildings that we don't have, but you know, we can just make them, send them up. Robots can put them into place. We'll need some logistical items we're not making in space. We're not making space undergrounds yet. I haven't had a need to, but we might at this point. You know, a distraction before we can progress with these things, but not bad. The only thing we're missing is lithium. So that's what we need to do next down here. Lithium is made from lithium chloride and water, with a byproduct of chlorine which can be vented off. We just need 4 electrolysis plants. Lithium chloride is from mineral water, sure, and hydrogen chloride, which we can make. We have made before. Mineral water is made from core fragments or emptying the barrel. Should be one to just make mineral water from pumping, then doesn't appear in the list. Unless it's a hidden, no, interesting. Chlorine, this is a weird one as well. The hydrogen chloride used here can be made using the chlorine byproduct of the later process. But we still need the hydrogen, which is best sourced from a process that also creates chlorine at the same value. So it's irrelevant, I guess. Unless we made the hydrogen by a different method, then we could reuse the chlorine, but we'd end up with oxygen that is unneeded anyway. So we could vent the excess chlorine as easily as we could vent the excess oxygen. So it might as well be water electrolysis with sand. So we want a spot with mineral water. We're going to deliver in stone. Simple enough. This will let us make lithium. So where have we got mineral water? Up here. Not terrible, it's kind of like within our 5x5 grid, top left corner. Seems the best option. Some down here, it's also not bad. A bit closer because it's straight lines and stuff. Pretty good actually. Two good options there as well actually. Three good options. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Vaguely planning on keeping the northeast clear for redoing mall lines up here. Over here we're making crude oil or oil-based things, plastic sulfur, what have you. Could do lithium, yeah, up there. Yeah, I like that up there. Top left, we're going to do lithium up there. Let us grab some rail-related items and go put that square in. Do we need landfill? No. Nope, no landfill needed. Just rail and signals and stuff like that. Go grab that. Any rubbish to get rid of? Not really. No, okay. I can get leftover rail. Yep, a little bit. Next square up will have all our rail things. Some radar. I got the combinators, but need the stops. More signals. More rail, probably. That should be plenty. More warehouses. Still haven't put any of this flooring down anywhere. Might be nice to do in A1. I'm not sure the lithium extracting location is the one to start doing that at. Next time we set up a mall square, we'll pave the whole thing over. Okay, that's everything, I hope. Here's the square that we're building in. Let's get the blueprint put down. Seems fine. Work our way around. This is going to be K 52. K 52 east. There we go. One of them, and then on the left side, don't want them either. Cancel some of them ghost signals. Get a recharge as we run past. want them. That means driving on the left, so we want to get rid of these signals too. Going. K52 south. Just remembered. That's where we just finished out. I didn't rename the second station. So this one is 050 West, uranium 235. That's better. That. Then, yeah, cancel those ones. Hey, Jordan. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. On the number because I looked at the other one. This is K52 West. There we go. You're good? Glad to hear that. Hey Martin, I'm doing well. Yeah. You know, in general. Just I'm sure there's plenty I could complain about, but I'm feeling good. We had some snow earlier. It's exciting as well as cold. It's nice to see. Ooh. Run out of power poles. Might go back and grab some. Let's build out this corner, then I'll go get more power poles. Robot, I'm back to bed. There we go. Dump off all that stone we picked up as well, get rid of that. Don't be needing it. We also need to, I guess, make some mineral water pump jacks. Not made any of them yet. They are different to the oil ones. That's annoying. Otherwise we could have just swapped the machine over from making oil to making those ones. Them there, and then the poles should just be up here. That should do us. Might run out of other things. Rail looks a bit short. We'll see how it goes. Fly back and forth as long as we got fuel. Started here, so let's go the other way around and meet up with where we finished before. Then we'll need to work out how many, or ask the planner how many of the various types of building we're going to need. Atmospheric condensers, electrolysis, and so on. I think it might just be electrolysis in this case. And some chemical plants. This station in, that is K52 North. Oh, I've got a new friend. There's a little bug has come to live on my key light. I guess it's the brightest light in the house, so it would be attracted to it. fine. Can hang out. Missing poles from down here, and then we're good on this square. There we go. Robots are happy. Okay. So this is a patch of mineral water in the east here is the one we're going to tap. Don't know how many we need to do. Bunch of rocks in the way. Let's clear them out. I guess, like usual, I'll just connect all of the spots and then we'll deal with the volume. That's going to be massive overkill, I think, for the amount of lithium we need. Might not do that for once. Maybe we'll just tap like the bottom 10 for now. Maybe more later if we need more lithium for other stuff. Perhaps. Let's put this station in. It's the nearest one, so I assume it's the one we're going to use for outbound. This will end up being K52 East Lithium. There's a dead tree in the way. And some more rocks. Even more rocks. There, that's better. It's good for the output. Could wire it up, but we'll do that when it's ready to go. So they're going to be there, then I guess down. Yeah, let's do them all. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 25 spots. So I need 25 pump jacks. Just need steel beams. Where am I going to find steel beams? Pipe is easy enough. 25 fives, just need 125 of that. Which we've got. And then steel beam, steel gear wheel and automation cores. I think we've really got them sat around anywhere, any of them. Steel beam we should have somewhere. I think the gear wheel. Have a look up here where we make stuff. See what we got. It's all iron gear wheels. Yeah, it's not going to be there, they're quite low level stuff. Not up there. Not down here. Automation cores there. Probably just handcraft what I need of them anyway. What would we need? 50 automation cores? Got them then, they're scooped. More steel and steel beams, I guess. Steel beams are used in railway. I swear they're used somewhere else. There's railway. Grab these. Again, we need 125 of them. Oh, and up here for the warehouses. Yeah, that's more than enough. Can I make 24 though? So I guess I need a bit more steel. There we go. 5, 10, 25 of them queued up to be made. Good. I've got all the stuff to join them. Unless we need pumps. Just grab a stack just in case. Doubt we'll need them, but we'll see. Good. Flare stacks will be needed. And then A couple of chemical plants and a few electrolysis plants. And a pulverizer, of course. Am I still carrying one? No, I'm still carrying a crusher, which we can probably use instead. Yeah. Yeah, why not? I've got it on me. That is an electrolysis plant. Good. Other stuff I might run short of. We'll just grab it as we need it. Let's get started. Placing a few things out. Objects down first. There's a bit of an outlier there. Blueprints out, then the robots can finish them as I work on the pipes. What did we do before? With the oil we did like 6 or 7 to a pipeline. I don't know. Don't know if the water's different. No idea. So let's stick with that, like about 6. Although there's 25, so we could do 3 6s and a 7. Into some tanks down here. Let's get the power poles over. That'll help. Spaced out over the whole area and then work out what we need to fiddle around with. Oops, they're in the wrong place. They're in there. All over the place, the pumps. That's fine. Some of them are already pumping. Legally covered. Just cover that one all the way around, and then that's not needed. All of them. I'll put extras in around there. Used to not powered, so this needs one off center. There, they're okay. This is very awkward. Let me just put one there. It's all right. They'll have one there, and you'll have one there, I guess. Good. So 5 there. I just join them. Put the tanks into place in a bit. There's those 5 together. No, I don't want 5, do I? I wanted 6. So we'll connect that one in as well. So those 6 together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's put these together. That's them, and then do these 6 on the right. Somehow. Sure how. That all the way through to there. in together. Just going to bring the poles around the pipes as well. So the last 7 are over here. I'll bring down to that level. One of them. That's down to there. That's there. No, that guy needs connecting there. A few spots where we go under instead. I'll do that. Okay, so they're going to join into a set of tanks we'll then pull from to do stuff to. So I guess we're going to head southward with our processing and then feed northward into the station. Yeah, so we'll put the tanks down the bottom here. One further down maybe. Yeah. And yeah, that way's fine. So we've got a line here. And we're going to join these in. A line there. It's one worth pulling. There's a line there. Not there, but no good spot to pull it from. It's come from this edge, I think. Send it down and around. No big deal, as long as the pump jacks are providing enough pumping. Probably go quite a long way with them, with these pipes. There's that edge one plugged in. Let's bring both of these in. And go straight into there, that's pretty good. So I'm going to bring that up to join that one somehow. No great way of doing it. There to there. Over this way. Join it there. That'll do. And this final set on the left, I'd like to plug into there. Like that, and yep, that'll do. It's always messy when we're plugging in thumb jacks like this. It's no big deal. There's a whole bunch of mineral water. Fantastic. Next step. The mineral water needs hydrogen chloride adding in, and at the moment just one chemical plant, but we might want to adjust that based on what we have available rather than what we need. I put lithium in as the base product. But it didn't have the recipe. But still, so that's there. That's being made like that. The mineral water on barrels, because at least that gives me a number. It's not ideal. I need the recipe for pumping it out of the ground, but it's just not there. None of them are good alternatives to use. I can use unbarreling. Just go with that. So do I assume it's the same as crude, which was 40 per second per pump? I think. I do have all 25 connected. So I'm saying I'm making 1,000 per second. Pretty sure that's what we ended up with when we worked it out. But okay, 1,000 per second is 60,000 a minute. That's a lucky guess then. That's what we're working with. Fine. So to process all of this mineral water, I need 100 chemical plants. Let's... okay. 500 electrolysis plants, consuming 1.3 gigawatts of power on their own. We're not doing that much. That is way too much power. Let's cut it down. Yeah, 10%. That's what we'll do. So hydrogen, so yeah, with 10 making the lithium chloride, which needs 2 making hydrogen chloride, which needs 5 making, it's nice round numbers, making the hydrogen and chlorine, fed by, we'll need a pulverizer, we can't use a crusher, but that's fine. That is fine. Good. Although delivery of stone, because it's going to come in the north and just run a long way. Not ideal, but no big deal. Good. Neat and tidy and obvious. So we start with crushing the stone. Let's go grab pulverizers then. And more loaders to make the train station to do that with. We might do this in the next session. Let me grab them. And what was the other thing? Forgotten already. Stuff for the station. More loaders. And probably more belt. But yeah, let's get these into location like we did last time. Finish on the spot so that when I load the game in next time I know what we're halfway through. Or what we're working on next. But we are 4 hours 50 in, so I do want to wrap up soon and don't want to get like halfway through actually building it when I stop, because that will definitely confuse me when we come back. So this is where we will wrap up for today's playing, which happy with the progress. So from our production science pack objective, today we have manufactured the vulcanite blocks, the iron ingots, and the uranium-238. It's 3 of the 6 things required. One of them doesn't concern me at all. The other 2 scare me. So we're just working on the lithium that's required as part of the machine learning data process. No, as part of the plasma stream process. And then there's various logistical things to put in between here and orbit. And then when we've got everything into orbit, various production elements to add up there. But ultimately, we're not miles away from getting something done in a... It's not completely messy. It's slightly messy, but not terrible. I'm pretty happy with it in general. So progress today, fantastic, really. Ticking things off, getting them done. And, you know, lithium being a good place to get that sorted pretty quick and move on to the next elements. Those logistical elements. Overall, still feeling the same about the mod pack. There's just like so much I want to get done as well, like overhauling our malls and everything and tidying things up. And we can bite through that, you know, we can do that bit by bit. We'll set ourselves a little objective every session and progress through it bit by bit and do little elements. It's just not my preferred playstyle. I'm not sure I'm making like an engaging stream or VOD to watch later that's really that enjoyable compared to something we might do in different mods or even in vanilla. Might just have a better time. So, you know, if you guys have any feedback on it, do let me know. Do leave comments, do get in touch, join the Discord and leave some feedback if you have any thoughts about it. I'm quite happy to continue doing little nibbles here and there. I just feel like I might enjoy doing something different more. I don't know. For the time being, we'll just continue with the series. That's the plan. We'll continue doing little objectives every session and work our way through them and see how it goes and see how far we can get before I really get fed up. But yeah, that's all good. Let me save. Make sure we don't lose the progress. And wrap up the stream. Let's head out to meet our guys again. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me today. Really do appreciate it. If you've had a good time there, lurking away, chatting away, whatever you've been up to, if you've had a good time and you're not already following, do please click the follow button. Join us again in the future. Really do like having you guys here while I play. You're welcome, Jordan. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. We'll continue with Factorio on Saturday 4 PM GMT again, with the things we've just discussed a little bit as we continue progressing little bit by little bit. We'll see how it goes. I'll be back tomorrow for my next stream. Again, 4 PM GMT, like always. We're continuing Dismantle tomorrow. A fun little zombie smashing building game. Bit weird, but I'm enjoying it a lot. I think it's possible I'll be able to finish it tomorrow. Unless it kind of has a twist or something, which it has done in the past, so we'll see. But we're pretty far in, and it's been good fun, so do join us for that if you're available tomorrow. It's the immediate plan. I've got a few hours before I need to go to bed, so who can we raid into? Who is live tonight? We can see. Ooh, not many people. At least not many people I follow. No one there. Are there any? Don't know. Got to be able to find someone. A little look around. Anyone in Factorio? Maybe, but probably not. If there's anyone in chat who has someone they will go to next, then shout them out. You can go see. There are a few goblins and gremlins on, people I've not watched before, but you know, as a group I know they're pretty legit, so they're generally nice people. What about some zomboid with random Sarah? Why not? Zomboid's interesting, actually. Maybe I could get into that at some point. I do own it and haven't played it. But it is an interesting game. That appears to be the correct person. Good. Let me get that prepared. Perfect. We'll see what that's about. Hang out there for a couple of hours and see what's going on. But yes, like I say, thank you very much, everyone. Really do appreciate you being here. And whatever you are up to next after the raid, do have a lovely evening and a good rest of your day. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good one, guys.